What is up, duelists? Welcome to this beautiful Saturday stream. Welcome to another Challenger Cup, and I'm very excited about this one because it is the first Challenger Cup after the introduction of not only K9 but also Vanquish Soul and maybe some Rockets. Maybe we'll see some Rockets in this tournament as well. One can't hope, but for sure we're gonna see some Vanquish Soul / K9 action today, and we're gonna have to see how well it's gonna fare against the other decks in the format. You know, Draco Tail, Yami, Mitsurugi are all decks that are still in contention. And as we now finally have all of these decks in Master Duel together, I am particularly excited for this Challenger Cup. So without further ado, as you can see, our duelists have assembled. We're going to be playing a top 128 bracket today. Everyone has submitted one deck exactly per player, and we're gonna see which is gonna end up taking it all. Let's jump into our first match here between Bakius, I hope I'm not butchering that name, and Poland. This is a 1v1 Challenger Cup, not 3v3, not a team tournament, just a single player top 128. All right, and we start with Stake Your Soul. We're revealing DD Crow. We're trying to summon Mad Love, I suppose, but we get hit with an Ash Blossom on that Stake Your Soul. Now, do we have a play after that Ash? We do not. Ash Blossom ends the turn, and Vanquish Soul once again proving that it can sometimes have some consistency problems, and we've got Malice on the other side with a Chi-Chi Adignister searching backup, activating Allure of Darkness, banishing Baldrake. But going into the battle phase, due to that Molcharmi, we don't want to give the Vanquish Soul player extra cards. So we're going to draw a card here. Does that fix our consistency problems? Normal summon Jokul. Okay, that's a play. Something you don't try to do. Oh, we have another Ash Blossom off of the Allure of Darkness. Okay, maybe... Now, we don't have Izuna, right? We would have used Izuna beforehand. This is likely just another end turn here, right? We just attack the Chi-Chi. But we do know there's a backup Adignister in hand already. And two scary face downs. Yeah, the DD Crow doesn't seem too great. Let's see if the backup alone... I mean, backup alone is not... Is backup alone combo with nothing else? No, but with a Maxi it is. There you go, your one copy of Maxi. We can keep count. It has appeared so far in 1 out of 1 matches, even though it hasn't appeared in the traditional sense. It wasn't activated, but it was here. Backup Adignister searches for Dormouse, which we are discarding because we can no longer normal summon it. And here's the thing, if this makes Splash Mage, what are you gonna do? DD Crow the Splash Mage target? That's not gonna go well. That is not gonna go. Ghost Spell could work though. Hold up. Ah, never mind. They drew the one of. To be fair, and you're not gonna hear me say this very often, but in the Malice player's defense, the whole deck is one of. The whole deck is one-ofs, okay? What are they gonna do? They have to draw the one-of. It's actually impossible to not draw the one-ofs with Malice, because everything's a one-of. So yeah, you're gonna always that deck at this point just like 31s or something. But it's still winning. It's still winning. At least game 1 here goes to Malice. It is, of course, a best-of-3 tournament, so not quite over yet. There is a chance for Vanquish Soul to come back into this one. We already see some interesting non-engine choices here from the Vanquish Soul player. We see DD Crow and Ghost Bell in Haunted Mansion. Of course, 2 cards that are solid, but mainly are used in this deck because they also have attributes that are useful for your Vanquish Soul reveals, you know, Dark and Earth respectively. Sometimes you need those to reveal for the Vanquish Soul. Dark is more important than Earth, but you know. All right, and it is once again Vanquish Soul's time to go first. Do we find a starter this time? Please don't. Please not. Oh, God. Oh, it hurts my heart. All right, Vanquish Soul gameplay, huh? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Set 1, but that does not necessarily mean anything in Malice. Yep, they gotta play. Here comes Normal Summon March here. Activate TB11. Do we have a Molcharmy at least? Not even a Molcharmy? Come on. Okay. Oh! 2 out of 2 games. 2 for 2. We're keeping count. Ah! Ash Blossom as well. Awesome. The classic. We don't have a Fualos, right? We would have used that already. Okay. Well. This could be a very short first appearance of Vanquish Soul in today's Challenger Cup, I'm afraid. Izuna would be really nice here. Ah, okay. We see Izuna making an appearance here as a potential way to get rid of this Dormouse. Putting it face down would be pretty good here with Valon, or maybe even attaching it with a Nash Knight. Let's see. But there is counterplay to this, you know, called by Dominus Impulse, the usual culprits. See, Lupus is gonna try to come back from the graveyard. They have Dominus Impulse for that, naturally. Yep. Like I said, Ash Impulse. And back to comboing with Malice. Here's the Link Decoder. Then we activate the March Hare. And if there is no further... Okay, Ghost Bell. Again, they're trying their best. They didn't have a play, but they are trying their best to stop... Ah. Yeah, that is just a certified Malice gaming. If I've ever seen a Malice game, this is one of them. This is most certainly a Malice game. I don't even know what we could have here. I mean, Nibiru, I guess. We would need Nibiru right here after this White Rabbit summons, but even then, they have a guaranteed play next turn off of this trap card that they're setting. So I don't know. Looks like there is no Nibiru. I mean, yeah, I guess losing to Ash Impulse called by is something that happens. Nothing to be ashamed of, I suppose, if you don't draw a play either. What are you gonna do? Why are they not scooping? I mean, I guess they could hope for a mistake, because at the end of the day, if they lose this one, they are out of the tournament, so might as well play it until the end, I guess. But I honestly, I don't know what they could have in hand that could save them here, because they obviously didn't have Nibiru. They should have used that by now if they did. So I don't think there's anything stopping Malice here, but realistically, you know, if it's the end of your tournament, then why not try? We see an access code talker hit the field. That's going to be 5,300 attack. That's going to banish the White Binder, destroy the Azuna. White Binder is going to return, and that would be enough damage. So this is where we're going to need an answer. Wait, are we not using White Binder? Okay, I thought the disconnect win condition was happening. Okay, they do have Ash Blossom on this. Is that enough though? Is it enough to survive? They have GWC reviving the White Binder. That is... no, that's still enough damage. Why didn't they Ash the trap? Because they tried to maxi it. Because they had no plays. I think that play was fine because they were trying to draw cards to get into the game. They don't really get much from ashing it and stopping the opponent from playing if they then can't play themselves the next turn either, right? So I think using the maxi there was fine. I guess they were just punished by the Malice players, Ash Blossom there. All right, Malice takes down Vanquish Soul K9 2-0 here in the top 128. They didn't really have much of a chance in this one. However, their hands were pretty mediocre. All right, let's jump into Bronas versus Mimi on the other table. I don't know if this is still the first game or not. We can check after this, I guess. Let's see. Bronas going first. Take your soul. Reveal Jiaolong. Oh, we see a Vanquish Soul card resolving, guys. Ah, never mind. I got excited for a second, excuse me. My bad. My bad. All right, reveal a fire in hand for Raisin, which is not going to do anything because it's negated, but it does let you summon the Jiaolong still because the reveal is cost. So Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add the Raisin back to the hand, and then hopefully we have another fire monster to reveal for Jiaolong to be able to search. Songs of the Dominators onto Rock of the Vanquisher. Also, since we're already live, this cannot be game one. Ooh, we have Ash Blossom on Songs of the Dominators. That is going to make the rock resolve. However, it also means we lost a fire monster. Do we have another fire monster? Because if we can't use Jiaolong to reveal 2 fires now, then I'm not sure if this was worth it. I guess the songs would have searched the purge, so it still is something we might need to stop. But realistically, this is not great if we don't have a fire monster in hand next to the Raisin. We normal summon Perulia. Oh, this is not a good sign. This is not looking good. Oh, this is SP pass, isn't it? Uh-oh. SP Little Knight. We have Raisin in hand, but... Raisin without a fire cannot pop. We have impermanent drop phase anyways. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It looks like the yummies are running over the Vanquish Souls. Yup, that is yummy. That is yummy. Engage for Hornet drones. Hornet drones for a token. Now, the SP Little Knight does stop this from being a clean one-card combo. We do need a yummy monster in hand. Because if you go Kagari, activate effect, if they chain SP to banish itself and the Kagari, I guess you could also banish the rock and save it for the end phase. You do need one more yummy card to combo here. Or you could not activate and go to the battle phase. But that would also not be a clean one card combo. So we're not chaining the SP Little Knight here. We're letting them get back the Hornet drones. They activate the Hornet drones. And now we chain the SP. Alright, and this is, I guess, just... It's a way to make them commit the Hornet drones at least. But still, the point still stands. If they do have a yummy in hand, then this is going to be very, very tough. Because they can just make... Oh yeah, they have the best yummy as well. They got Cupsy yummy. And that is rough for Bronas here. And I think... I don't have confirmation on this, but since Bronas is going first here, I don't think this was game one. I think there must already be a win for Mimi. Here's Yummy Snatchy. Snatchy for Mignon. We don't revive with the Mignon yet. We go for a Synchro first. And we know so far from Bronas, we know there is a Raisin in hand. The last card in hand has got to be something really powerful, like a Nibiru, in order to survive this here, I feel like. We discard a Crossout. That's how confident we are. Discarding Crossout Designator for the Cupsy Yummy way. Lollipo onto the Jiaolong. Get it out of the graveyard so the rock cannot add it back to the hand later. Special Cookie. Cookie makes the SP Little Knight smaller. Down to 600 attack. If you want to play it really safe, I guess you could still make Metal Marcher and Herald of the Arclight, just in case the last card in hand is something like a Nibiru. I'm not sure if you're going to have game if you do that. Let me think. You go Metal Marcher, revive the Cupsy Yummy way. Oh, we're going battle phase like this. Okay, that's not game, is it? Oh, that can't attack directly. So you gotta attack with that first, and then that is game. Yeah, that's way more than enough game. Yeah. All right, and unless the last card in hand is a miracle, I don't even know what. Because a Bestial wouldn't even be great. Yep, and that is game, and that's Mimi taking a win off of Bronas, and I think that means they advance, because Bronas was going first this game. Let me just quickly check. It was... Mimi already had a win. Yeah, Bronas is eliminated. We lose Bronas in top 128 with Vanquish Soul here, and Mimi advances with Yummy. All right, so far, we've got more games to spectate, but so far... Vanquish Soul going down in both of these games, really just showcasing that it is not by far the best deck or anything like that. It is a new deck in the format. It is a strong deck, but it is not completely outclassing these other decks like Yummy, like Malice. All right, we got Moonveil versus Lex yugioh. Let's see, we've got Gold Leo here. Lunalight Gaming. And Max C Gaming as well. All right, Resolve Max C going second. I think that is 3-4-4 in terms of Max C's so far, I think. This is game number 4 we're watching, and it is Max C number 3. Yeah. Now here's the thing. Lunalight will not stop if it gets Maxi. Lunalight will just go. We are just going into this Maxi as if nothing happened. Polymerization. Ah, Pualos as well. Why not? That looks like Liger Dancer number 1. Do we even get to 2 Liger Dancers here? I guess we could. Just activate Wolf, I guess. Tiger. Bring back Kaleido Chick. Kaleido Chick. Send Martin. Martin. Bounce Tiger. Exceed into Gallant Granite. Okay, I mean, I don't know if yeah, that felt like it was gonna happen. Ash on Gallant Granite. Activate Tiger. Tiger, bring back Kaleido Chick again. Kaleido Chick for Black Sheep. Link 2 for SP. I mean, they're gonna have to shuffle some cards back. Oh, banish that Maxi. We're mad at it. Okay, Lunalight Wolf. Gain another Fualos. All right, sure. Can you deck out at this point, maybe? I don't know how much gas they have left to keep going. That is Liger number 2, end phase. They are gonna have to shuffle back a couple of cards, but they're still gonna be able to keep 12? No, 11. Plus 6, right. So they draw to 12. All right, 12 cards in hand against SP and Double Liger, called by the grave on Silverhound. Imperm on SP. All right. And normal summon Noroi. Special summon Izuna. And they leave. Connection failed. I was about to say, it's a weird spot. It's a weird spot to concede immediately without even seeing what your opponent is trying to do. I'm not sure, because here's the thing, right? In theory, if it was Vanquish Soul K9, Vanquish Soul K9 can out Liger in... I mean, actually, 2 Ligers is really hard, though. Because the normal way you try to beat Liger with Vanquish Soul K9 is to just inflict enough effect damage. So you just like Borger them over and over and over again. And if they try to, like, you stall out the game for long enough because the Vanquish Soul field spell can protect your stuff when they try to board wipe with the Liger Dancer. But that doesn't work if they have 2. So it still depends a little bit on your extra deck, right? You need like Arc Rebellion in the extra deck or Vanquish Soul Rocks. All of which are not staples, so it wasn't a guarantee that they were going to have it. What was the score? Let me see. It was Legs, 1 win. Legs, another win. Okay, so the Vanquish Soul falls. The Vanquish Soul or the K9, I don't know if it was Vanquish Soul. The K9 defeats the Lunalight here. All right. Let's go into APK versus Markle V2. What is the score here? Let me just try and see. There's a win here. 1 win so far for Markle with you. Okay. Okay, we have a Perulia in the draw phase. Resolves. And it is a K9 deck. All right, Perulia is really strong against K9 decks. We ashed the Noroi, forcing them to commit more cards from hand. But they won't. They can't. They pass. All right. Ash on Noroi ends the turn. Activate Reinforcement of the Army. Adding Raisin. Oh, we get Drolled. Okay, that is tough. Normal summon Raisin. We don't have Fire Dark in hand, it seems. We are not popping the Noroi. We add the Raisin back, and this could be the end of the turn, honestly. Yeah. All right, now Raisin in hand is Disruption, but we are now no longer under Perulia, and it is Crystron. All right, K9 Crystron, Maxi, 5 for 6. Ooh, we have the self-droll technology. But how much can Crystron do without searching at all? Sending Inclusion and Tristaros. Using Inclusion to bring back Tristaros. Level 7 Synchro, make Elascaletus. Might be able to go for game here. We add back Inclusion, but we cannot search with it. Banish Tristaros from the grave. Summon 2 level 5s from the deck. Elascaletus is going to revive the Tristaros. Rock effect to special Raisin. But cannot search with the Raisin and will not pop immediately. Here's Dawn Dragster. As well as Infinity, I think. That is not going to be game. Why did we summon the Raisin? If we couldn't pop and we couldn't search. Alright, Dragster does piercing battle damage. Infinity attacks directly, and we trade the Infinity for Zeus. Okay, interesting. It's a 5 material Zeus. It is a big Zeus. Okay. Draw for turn. No, some Madlove. Madlove is a terrible starter against Zeus because you just get Zeus on those two. But, oh, we've got the counter Typhon. Yeah, this board was really weak to Typhon. Attack over Dragster and then just bounce the Zeus. Now, we do have Crystron follow-up, of course. Case for K9. Grabs Izuna, though. So we have Izuna at the very least. Activate Moltrami Fuwalos. Not the worst, honestly, if they do go for that, Izuna. Activate Inclusion. Now, the question is, how many Crystron cards do we have left in the deck? Oh, we have... this is roll number 3 in this game. Alright, Soul Fafnir, destroy Inclusion. Now it's time for Izuna. And now because... Hey, what is happening? Oh! The Izuna has 3000 attack. Because case. It can't activate. Because Typhon. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I don't know why we activated the Vanquish Soul trap. It was like they panicked. We panicked and activated the Vanquish Soul trap for 1 Earth. This is such a weird game. Activate Soul Fafnir. Attack Soul Fafnir. Tribute summon Lantern. Search another case for K9. We play 2 Lanterns? We do not. And now we pass. It's such a weird game. Clockwork Knight off the top. Search for Lantern with Chaotic Elements. Normal summon Lantern. Add Forced Release. Overlay for probably Ripper. Yeah, Ripper. Detach Solfador. Grab Izuna. Activate the Forced Release. Rank up into Werewolf. That is game. Royal Werewolf. That's cool. Boom. And boom. What a weird matchup that was. What a weird matchup. So many weird things happened this game, but it was fun. Okay, I think that was game 2. Yeah, they go again. Now it is 1-1. I have a Royal Werewolf and Royal Release too. That is so cool. My favorite Royals are the ones you play one of exactly. Like when you have that random one of that you can search as a Royal, I think that's great. Alright, case for K9, searches for Jokul. Jokul reveals Holly Sue. First appearance in today's stream. We're gonna add a non-aqua, or not, because we get ashed on Jokul. We have Called by the Grave though, new alternative artwork. Chain Fuwalos. Alright, Ash is negated, but Fuwa resolves. Now Vanquish Soul can be okay under Fuwalos. Not the worst thing in the world. So we search for Izuna, which is now live. As an extender, special Izuna. Looks like we don't have the attributes for Holly Sue again. Bring back Lupus. We are going to overlay for 1 draw here. I mean, that's worth. Ripper is great here. Gonna make Ripper, give 1 draw, but Ripper, because the card effect has been activated in hand, is not only gonna search a monster, but also set the quick play spell for free. So this is great into Fuwa. Now we have Fire and Dark, so we're gonna give another draw for this Molcharmi because we want that Mad Love. There's another Fuwa being chained. All right, I guess we won't do any more. But we are going to get our Vanquish Soul set up here because we have Vanquish Soul start. Vanquish Soul start can target one of them to search. And now we have 2 Vanquish Souls on the field. So in the end phase, we can even set the trap card. So this is going to be the full Vanquish Soul setup without committing another draw into that Molcharmi. Or those Molcharmis, actually. Two of them. Can activate the Heavy Borger if you want to. Draw another card by bouncing the Mad Love. And then in the end, or bouncing the Holly Sue. Okay, fair enough. That works too. So we're gonna draw up to 5 cards here. Yeah, this deck is exceptionally good against Molcharmi Fuwalos. K9 Lupus is activated here, which is threatening. Do we Ripper negate that? No, we do not care enough about just the Lupus. I mean, at the moment, it doesn't do anything, right? We have not summoned from the extra deck twice, so it doesn't even threaten Typhon. Yeah, it can't activate its effect right now. I think we're just gonna see an end phase here, and that seems completely fine to me. You're gonna activate the field spell to set the trap and pass turn. Now, the Mad Love is going to return. Oh, no, it's not from Stake Your Soul. It's from Holly, so it's going to stay. The Mad Love is going to stay on board. This was really scary. What if they had the attributes to reveal for Mad Love? They could have just returned the Lupus to the hand. And it would have been banished. But they do have them? Okay, so why did they not use it then? Oh well. Lupus goes into the battle phase. Now here's the thing. K9 Crystron is really not known for its strength at going second. Like, of course, the K9 cards can do some solid pushes, but for the most part, K9 Crystron is not the strongest deck at going second. And 4 cards here, in my opinion, unlikely to be enough to beat this setup from Vanquish Soul. It's a really strong setup. And I think this is kind of what Vanquish Soul excels at, is these kind of game states where it doesn't go full combo, but it actually has like these sort of like half boards that you piece together. Like with Vanquish Soul, you would much rather play against cards like Molcharmi Fuwalos than cards like Ash Blossom that just try to negate your only starter. that's what it sometimes is weak to. Like sometimes, I mean, we've seen it earlier already. We've seen it get hit with Ash Blossom and just pass turn. And that's rough when that happens. But if it ever gets to play, then it's really hard to stop. What about K9 Tenpai? I'm gonna stop you right there. Do not finish that thought. Okay, inclusion is activated to try and search. We are going to use K9 Forced Release to rank up the Ripper into a werewolf. That is going to give us the ability to destroy that card, and since it's a continuous spell, it will not resolve properly. Now we have 2 cards in hand. We activate Case for K9. The problem is that werewolf has another ability, and that is going to essentially win the game here, because there is no K9 card you can search here that plays through werewolf. We have normal summoned, so I don't see it. Noroi is the worst one if you have already normal summoned. Yep, and there we go. K9 Christian falls, going second here, and Vanquish Soul takes a W in this top 128 and moves on into the top 64. So we've seen a lot of K9 so far in this top 128. Let me quickly check how much time there is. It is almost timeout. There's only a couple minutes left, and it seems like the matches in this room are all finished. So we've seen some Vanquish Soul. We've seen some Crystron with the K9s. We've seen some older decks as well. You know, we saw Yummy, we saw Malice. Everyone is here in this Challenger Cup. We've seen some Vanquish Soul win. We've seen some Vanquish Soul lose. It's definitely a contender, but it's not winning everything. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in the rest of this tournament. I hope you enjoyed the top 128. We will be going on a very short break before the top 64 starts. So don't go anywhere. We have more gameplay yet to come. And also, we haven't seen a Draco Tail yet. I wonder where my Draco Tail gamers are. But I mean, they are scared of the K9s, I suppose. K9 is really good against Draco Tail. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. I'll see you on top 64 after this short break. All right, it is time for our top 64. Players have just sat down and started their games. We're going to go into table 2 here. John versus Van Lelijk. Let's see what these duelists have to offer for us. All right. You see our player on the top here going first. 40 versus 40, and we have a Piri Rise map. Likely a Yummy gamer again. Okay, Cupsy Yummy added to the hand. It's a really good showcase, at least so far. We've seen a lot more Yummy than in previous Challenger Cups, I would say. Which is simply due to the nature that the Yummy cards are much better against the Canine cards than the Dragotail. Which was previously dominating, because it feels like one of that triangle was missing. But we have the Holly Sue here with a fire monster. Do we have a fire and a dark? Are we going in? I mean, if you're going to summon the Holly Sue, then you might as well, you know, go in. No? We know there's a Jiaolong in hand. So I should cut Sangan for engage now. Sangan is much weaker into Izuna. Yeah, that is one of the main things with Yummy, is that besides Marshmallow Yummy, they never play into Izuna. Oh, okay. We're revealing Earth and Dark. We are taking control of the Cupsy Yummy. This is a very strong disruption against Yummy sometimes, because they might not have a way to keep going. Now, the thing is, they have Surprise in hand to special summon, but we saw they have Bell. They have Bell to stop the Surprise, so we need Marshmallow. Otherwise, we're not playing. And maybe if you Marshmallow, they might have Izuna. You Sky Striker cards could help. Jester Confit would help. Set 1 does not look good here. Does not look good for Yummy. The Holly Sue has taken control of the Cupsy. We drew the field spell. That's not helpful. We know they have Jiaolong, Borger, and Bell, which is a good hand for sure. Ooh, we're using Holly Sue in draw phase. I'm not a fan of that, because if you get Imperm now, you cannot dodge it with Heavy Borger. Should have gone main phase. Now, even if this does get impermed, it's not the end of the world, because they can make Rock, add it back to hand, and they have Ash anyways. This is something And I wanna credit them for this because they played around this by using Holisu to take. Instead of Holisu to special Raisin, which technically is better because it gives you more card advantage, but if your opponent has Ash, then it does nothing. So this was a heads up Holisu to take. Now, of course, in order to make that decision, you gotta have the luxury of drawing all of the attributes, basically. Like, yes, if you draw Holisu, Fire, Earth, and Dark, then you can make a decision between those two. Then you have the luxury of playing around Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Right? But they did in this case. You know, sometimes it happens. And then you gotta make the right decision. And they did in this case. It's a pretty specific scenario, though. You need like it's a 4-card combination. Holisu and 3 attributes. Now, of course, you play a lot of those attributes, but not a guarantee. Okay, we're going down a risky path here. We make a Royal Nash Knight. I'm not sure if we're doing this because it's optimal or because we want to show off our Royal Nash Knight, but it's cool. I respect it. Looks like we don't have the attributes for Jiaolong. We do not have 2 fires to search. But if this Nash Knight gets impermed, then it doesn't really do a whole lot. Yeah. Because it doesn't even threaten Zeus. Like, I think a Ripper that would have gotten impermed at least would have had a material left. Actually, no, we can make the Sea Nash Knight on top of it. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Here's Sea Nash Knight. But here's the thing. I feel like maybe just Vanquish Soul plays were more solid here. Because making Rock to add back Holisu to hand, I felt like that was a nice play to guarantee follow-up, because now might not have that much follow-up. Now, the Masquerade play is good because this pops the surprise before the Cupsy hits the graveyard. So they can't surprise revive Cupsy, and you might be able to save your Bell this way. So if we can attack this Cupsy and then make Zeus, this is a really nice play because the Zeus is available as a disruption. And we don't have to use the Zeus preemptively. We can hold it because there's nothing on the board except for the field spell. I'm just worried about their future turns, right? Because they now, it seems like they no longer have the Vanquish Soul engine online. I mean, to be fair though, they're on 1500 life points. There's not that much left. Not going to be long. If they can prevent this turn, then they win. So they have Bell and Zeus, which is pretty good. Oh, they have Heavy Burger in hand, so one burn from that will end the game, yeah. Sometimes I forget when my opponent uses Piri Rise map that they're so low. Sometimes you just don't look up there because you just assume it's 8,000 in the beginning of the game. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, this game is way closer to over than I thought. I hear board wipes are pretty good against Yami. They need a 2-card combination to play through the Zeus pretty much always. And then there's also a Bell in hand that we know about, so that's tough. Unless they play Typhon, then they could get back into this game. But not every Yami deck has room for Typhon or wants to make the room for Typhon. They could, but they just prefer other things usually. But Typhon would be pretty good here assuming that Vanquish Soul might not have follow-up. Since from what we've seen, we know Bell, we know Heavy Borger, and that's it. And we know there's probably no good normal summon because they didn't normal summon last turn, right? So with those assumptions, I think a Typhon here could get them back in it. They are thinking. Marshmallow is a good start. Oh, hello. That is it. We've seen Max C in almost every single game today, unironically. I'm not even joking. I'm not over exaggerating or anything. I feel like almost every game today had Max C in it. You would think with the card being limited now, you would see it less often. Not the case. I wonder what they're thinking about here with this Bell. Because you don't have to Bell the Marshmallow, you can just Bell the Surprise, I guess. But Marshmallow is a really, really good card to have here. Because it probably forces the Zeus and the Bell. Like, when they make a Link 1 here and try to revive with Minion, you can Zeus, and then you Bell the Surprise. But then I still don't know what card plays. Because technically, I guess it needs to be a second Cupsy. Yeah, a second Cupsy could do it. Habakiri. Habakiri would also do it. The problem is, all of this doesn't matter because they're under Max C. So even if they have the perfect card to keep playing, that will not help. Because there's no way. Vanquish Soul, quite frankly, there are some decks where you could say like, okay, push into the Max C, maybe it works out. Against Vanquish Soul, it cannot work. It cannot work. It is statistically impossible to push into a Max C against Vanquish Soul. They have Izuna, they have Olisu, they have other interruptions. Like, it is not possible. They do play Typhon, which is great news for Yami here. But with the two new cards from Max C and another card from off the top, they would have to get really lucky here for them to not have a play. But I guess there is hope. Let's see. They got a lot of new cards here. Realistically, anything works. Mad Love, Raisin, Stake Your Soul, Rhoda. Yeah, that should be good enough. That should be good enough. And Max C takes another victory. Ooh, wait, roll. Roll. So they have Typhon, but the surprise is checked by Bell. Ah, Holly Sue's game. Yeah. They have Borger in hand, but they may have not had the right attributes, but now we know they have all the attributes. They can just take the Typhon and attack. They want to make it simple, but there's a couple of ways that they can do it. They can use Holly Sue. to summon something, or they can just Holly Sue to take the Typhon and then bell the prize. No, we're not going that route. We're gonna summon. We want to show off our deck a little bit more. Reveal Raisin, reveal Borger, or we're gonna try to finish it in style with Borger Burn. Raisin in the column of Typhon can destroy it. This is also game if we just attack. And yeah, writing is on the wall. Vanquish Soul takes down Yummy here in game number 1 with the help from a little bug. Guys, the game is still bugged a little bit. And with a little bit, I mean, so far, almost every single game. It is what it is. Just one more step. One more step. Oh, that's another fun one of. Dimension Shifter is really good against Yummy. They have Caught by the Grave though. Yeah. Wait, why are you putting Max C back into the deck? You want them to have it again? It's at 1. Don't put it back. Well, 6 cards in hand. Jokel, reveal Lupus. This is a really good Cookie Yummy way. Booking both of them is phenomenal. Ooh, Fire Attacker though. Okay. Wait, that's really good. That's really good because that just attacks over the cookie. Puts the level 5s face down. And now Fire Attacker can just attack over the cookie. Yeah, that's awesome. It's not a play yet. You still need a Vanquish Soul play or a Canine play here, but at least you've outed the Yummy stuff for now. Ooh, Purulia is nice at the same time. Like, how hard is it really to just pass here? You could. Or if you really want to, I mean, one draw would work. Okay, Fire Attacker is the only end board piece we have. 2 cards in hand for Yummy. is not much, but one Yummy could change everything here. And there's Marshmallow. Normal summon Marshmallow because we don't want to play into Izuna. Even though the Lupus is face down, we maybe could have risked it here. Unless they play 2 Lupus. Alright, there's Snatchy. Phantasme! Oh, this list is based. Fire Attacker and Phantasme? They love drawing cards. I'm a fan. Redraw the Maxi. Yeah, exactly. Imagine. Nope, didn't draw the Maxi. And Yummy OTK here. Oh, I think it's hard over 2 face downs. I think OTK is unlikely. But if there's nothing else from the Vanquish Soul side, then I think the Yummy board that they can make is really strong. They don't need to win this turn. The only problem is the Fire Attacker triggers again if you go for Kapsi Yummy way. You kind of don't want that, I think. You honestly, maybe you go Lollipo and Battle Phase to clear the Fire Attacker before you even search. I could see that being a play. I'm not sure because the Fire Attacker draw 2, discard 1 is really scary. No, they go for it. Okay. I don't know if I like giving my opponent 2 draws here. For the Fire Attacker. Seems like they got Ash. But once again, I don't know if... Do you want to Ash this? Because you're going to get draws from this. Copsy. Cookie. Oh, this is so weak into Bell. Discard a Croaky. If they tag out here, they basically lose to Bell because they normal summoned the Marshmallow. Bell ends the game here. On the spot. They don't have it. Okay, never punished. There's so much that can happen though if you give them the draws. They discard Ash. Okay, Ash being the worst card in their hand is kind of crazy. Cookie is gonna destroy the Phantasme. If they discard, then they just change Synchro, so it's fine. They're gonna discard Izuna for Phantasme. So we chain Snatchy. Because Phantasme would negate and destroy. Now it's time for Lollipo. I'm not sure what the point of doing all of this in main phase 1 was. We just gave the draws to the fire attacker, I feel like, for no real reason. Because it's not going to be game no matter what, I think. At least I don't see how it's game yet. Special Cupsy surprise. Maybe it is game, actually. Okay, they hashed that. But now the cookie can tag out. Wait, no, the cookie's negated. The lollipop can tag out. And then you have 5 yummies. Maybe 5 yummies this game, actually? Marshmallow, Snatchy. 5 yummies. Everything is plus 2,500. You have to attack the 2 face downs. You have to attack over the 2. Nah, it's not. No. Yummy does a lot of damage, but it doesn't do that much damage. No Linkaribu engrave, no. Okay, they let the Ash resolve. They don't tag out. Special cookie. If their board has 17,000 attack right now. Attack. No, that now it's game. That is game. I think. Attack here. Attack here. That. This. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. They needed one more monster. They needed one more monster for it to be game. Which they could have had. If the Lollipop tags out into 2 from the graveyard, then you use a Croaky to put Snatchy back into the extra deck. Then you make Snatchy in the extra monster zone, and then you special Cookie. You have 6 monsters, not 5. They could have had one more body if they tag out. Well, okay, I mean, it's still a really good spot for Yummy. Vanquish Soul is not the best deck at playing with so few cards in general. It's a weird board position, though. Because they don't have Snatchy in rotation. I'm not sure why they don't use a Croaky engrave. Right, Elf. I mean, yeah, now they just make basically the full Yummy board, except no surprise in the middle of the game. Why is this Cookie in defense mode? It's got 0. Yeah, IP Masquerena. There. Recycle a Croaky. Are we going to see WP this game? I don't know if Yummy has room for it, but it would be cool. They can play it if they want to. Yeah, it's just hard to fit. And I think we saw them on Typhon earlier. So that means even less space in the extra deck. Normal summon Raisin. Alright, now we need Borger or something to tag out this Raisin. If we lose it... Ooh, that's good. Oh, wait. Now we need a Dark in hand to draw with Borger, and maybe we can make a miracle happen. It's still too much. It's still too much. It would work if you could go battle phase to attack over the synchro, but IP into SP is going to prevent that. All right, we reveal the last card in hand. It's Jokol. Jokol? Ah, no, it's not good enough. Jokol. So we have Jokol, Raisin. You need to draw Holisu. Maybe if you draw Holisu, there's a world. Summoning back Lollipo to get rid of the Lupus is nice here. Because it can't activate yet. Without normal summon, with Raisin already used, I don't see. Yeah, this does not do it. Oh, GG's. GG's. Yummy takes it down here. That's going to be the equalizer. All right. That was intense. Despite being hit with Max C on turn 1, they were able to come back. Because, admittedly, the Vanquish Soul player didn't have the Vanquish Soul cards. They had K9 cards, but the K9 cards are not great going second into the Yummy cards. They needed, if they had normal summon Raisin or normal summon Medlov, I think they were winning, but they didn't. Just joined. Has the new Link 3 been played in any match? Not yet. We have not seen WP Fancy Ball so far. Alright, Molcharmy Perulia is resolving, and that is a tough one for Vanquish Soul K9. Because all of those basically require you to summon from hand a couple of times to make anything happen. How does normal Medlov win there? Earlier in the game. Alright, normal summon Raisin is one of the better things you can have against Perulia. This allows you potentially to just set up a strong disruption with one summon. Like, you can search Holisu, you make Rock, you add Raisin back to hand, you pass. And then you just play on your opponent's turn. That is something you can do if you don't want to commit the Holisu here. Or if you have all the attributes, you can say, I'll give you one more draw for the Holisu. Looks like they already have Holisu, otherwise I don't see how it's Borger here. Not being able to go from the K9 cards to the Vanquish Soul cards might be the biggest flaw of the deck. I mean, realistically, normal summon Noroi makes Saryuja. That draws 4 cards, and if you didn't have any Vanquish Soul cards beforehand, there's a really high chance you're drawing Raisin, Stake Your Soul, Medlov, or Holisu. Those are 10 cards in your deck. And Rhoda. So that's 11. In the next 4. That's like drawing a second opening hand, almost. All right, we're gonna give one extra draw for this Holisu. But any summons from deck, or we should have made Rock beforehand. Why did we give them a chance to draw Perulia, to draw Fualos? Rescue is Impulse, my love. Olisu. Now they have Fuwa, and we haven't made Rock yet. It still is a really strong opener, but their opponent is going to have at least one more card than they should. If you normal Noroi, what do you do with Raisin? You summon it with Saryuja. It has another effect. And now they have Purge for Mad Love. You're not. You're committing Jiaolong? You're committing Jiaolong. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I have no idea. Why are the Charmies drawing so many cards against this deck? Okay, we have Impulse in hand and another Fire at least, I guess. We have 2 Impulse and Borger in hand. Okay, so we try to get the Vanquish Soul field spell going. This is still, despite all of this, this is still a really strong opener. It could have been even more efficient into the Charmies, but still, it is really strong what's happening here. Okay, Holly Sue in hand now again. Now the only thing is they don't have Rock. They should have had Rock. Okay. Ripper against Yummy is a choice. I mean, you get the forced release, I guess. Jokul? Please tell me you're not. Please tell me you're not using the jo. Why are we all in? We're birding? You gave them a Perulia draw to burn them? And now Jokul? This game is... Now you don't have attributes anymore for the trap. For 9 cards in hand. Six minutes on the clock. Oh, there is 6 minutes on the clock. Yeah, but like 6 minutes is a lot of time. I'm not gonna lie, this is so counterintuitive to me. This game is so confusing. Because this was like almost the perfect opener to give your opponent 1 or 2 draws from the Charmy's max. And somehow our opponent has about to be 14 cards in hand. And we're still going. I mean, at this point, you might as well keep going because they're gonna shuffle back from the Moltramis in end phase anyways. Right? So any extra draws here don't matter. Please have imperm. Please have imperm. Please. I need you to have imperm. Let's go. Okay. Guys, there's 3.5 minutes left. Three and a half minutes, and they have impulse. No, they have impulse, Izuna. I don't know if Yami has enough time, to be honest with you. This is K9 forced release, right? The set is K9 first release. There's 2 impulse in hand. Okay. Look. This is what happens when you don't respect the Moltramis enough. Your deck is made to be good in this situation. Your deck is made to win against those exact cards. There was enough time on the clock. Instead, you decided to play into the Moltramis as hard as you can and try to go for a Borger Burn win con over the timer. That's crazy. You could have just played a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And you would have had a pretty much guaranteed win. Okay, well. All right, well, as you heard it, there's not much time left on the round here. And there's no more games going on, so we're going to go on a very short break before the top 32. And then we will be right back with some more Vanquish Soul, Yummy, maybe some Draco Tail. Still haven't found one. Still looking for a Draco Tail duelist. Where are my Draco Tail gamers? I guess we'll find out in top 32, so... hope everyone's enjoying the Challenger Cup so far. We will be right back. All right, and we are back with the top 32 duelists for our top 32 feature match. We're going to start with table 5, Doc versus Korean Cheems. Let's go. All right, we're going to see Doc going first. And pass turn. What deck do you think is that? Give me your guesses. What are we seeing here? Is that a classical Vanquish Soul opener or what? Okay, we use the Fualos on our own turn here because we are expecting to get hit with something like an Azuna. Perulia in main phase. Okay, didn't shotgun it. Okay, we both have activated a Charmy now, and now what? Take your soul. Reveal, fire. Wallows as well. Okay, both Charmies. I guess that is a pretty good resource to have if you are passing the turn, and that's why we're using Ash on that. Alright, Ash the Charmy, and keep going. Stake Your Soul is going to summon Raisin here, and honestly, that is one of the best cards to have against a Molcharmy Perulia, because, well, you're summoning from the deck. You're not summoning from hand. So they could, honestly, decide to not do anything else this turn in terms of summons from hand. They could just search the Holly Sue and then make Rock. Or we're getting... Okay, we are going to commit into this Perulia a little bit. I guess it's not the end of the world, giving your opponent 1 or 2 cards. Normal summon Mad Love. Lets it resolve. We have a Royal Vanquish Soul start. That's a good one to have, because that's a one-of. That's nice. Like that. Activate start. Start target Raisin. There is something on the other side. I feel like it's it could be an Azuna or it could be a Holly Sue that doesn't have the right attributes yet to do anything. Speaking of Holly Sue, there's Holly Sue for Korean Cheems. Reveal Jiaolong, special Holly Sue from hand. That is going to be another draw. Trying to go battle phase. And this is potentially enough damage. You don't have to do 8,000 with Vanquish Soul. You can just do the rest with the burn cards. You got Heavy Borger and Snow Devil that can do the rest. Holly Sue for 500. And now Holly Sue effect. In battle phase, probably? No, wait, you don't have the attributes for it? You went to battle phase without the right attributes? Okay. It is still game. Because you can do Borger this turn, Borger next turn, and the trap is enough damage. Technically. So maybe they were happy with just securing this amount of damage for now. Oh, we got Ash on Holly Sue though. Not gonna make it that easy. Summoning 5 times in main phase for the love of the game. No respect for the rock anymore. No respect for the rock anymore. I guess people just don't expect Nibiru to be in Vanquish Soul decks because it's not the right attribute. All right, we have forced release and we pass. We don't even get the trap card now. But we do still have a pretty strong setup here. We got a couple new cards to play with though for Doc. We got some Purulia draws, so the hand that didn't play last turn probably plays this turn. And while the board from Korean Sheems is good here, it is not unbeatable with a solid hand. We'll see. We don't even know the deck yet though. All we've seen so far is 2 Molcharmies and an Ash Blossom. And we know that they didn't play on turn 1, so I'm guessing it's K9 Vanquish Soul based on those. Yep, it is. There's the Vanquish Soul Raisin normal summon. The good one. In the Ripper column, we chain Force Release immediately, which is going to destroy that Raisin before it can protect itself or pop the Ripper in response. However, at the same time, we are losing the Ripper as a negate now. But we are gaining the Werewolf, which is a really strong interruption as well. Werewolf, of course, able to, for example, take away Holly Sue from hand when you try to summon it. You reveal it, you basically activate it in hand, try to summon it, and then the Werewolf just banishes it. And now we've got 6 cards, but we have no normal summon. We got Maxi. Okay. Why did we not... Oh, we didn't chain that to the forced release because the Ripper could have negated it, of course. This is gonna prompt the rock to chain to summon Raisin. Now here's the thing, this Maxi is really, really powerful if they can somehow keep playing through the Werewolf. Ooh, Valius is a perfect special summon here because that doesn't require further special summoning to do something if they have all attributes. That is a nice summon off of the rock. All right, what do we know about their hand? We know they searched a Jiaolong with Raisin, right? Jiaolong, it kind of indicates that you have Holly Sue in hand, right? Otherwise, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't know if I Love this max C play. I feel like we should have max C next turn. Because we can't push here. And they have all 3 attributes to pop a back row now. That's rough. That's really rough. Unless one of them is the Vanquish Soul trap and they have all 3 attributes and they can flip it in draw phase. Oh, there we go. It was one of them was that, but it got destroyed. And they lost the 50-50 on that one. Yeah, and that's the game. I feel like if they had the Vanquish Soul trap and they had all 3 attributes, what was wrong with just not using the max C, setting and passing? Maybe it's just the way that I look at Vanquish Soul, but I feel like people are trying to do too much with that deck. People are too afraid to pass the turn, when in reality that deck, it doesn't really matter that much which turn you're playing on. A lot of the time, not every time, but a lot of the time you can just pass and do the things you want to do on your opponent's turn. And that's also something you need to remember about Canine Werewolf. Canine Werewolf has different effects based on which turn it is. Like, if the problem there was the werewolf looking at their hand and banishing a card, if you do it on the opponent's turn, that's not the effect it has. It banishes from field and grave on your own turn. So if you're worried about like the werewolf taking away your Holly Sue, just pass and do it on their turn with the Holly Sue. All right, anyways, game 2. Normal summon Raisin, strong start. There's the Holly Sue. Okay, Vanquish Soul start is nice to have. I have to say, I tried out K9 Crystron. I think it's really only geared for best of 3 format. K9 Crystron is... I think it's fine in best of 1. Oh, max E. Can we get a max C tally? I stopped counting. It's been so many today. Yeah, VS, it's not the biggest problem for Vanquish Soul here. Because realistically, they probably searched Borger because they already have a Dark. So they have Fire Dark in hand for Holy Soul already. They can draw a card for Borger. They can go end phase, set the trap. Like, they're fine. The maxi only becomes a problem if, like, the opponent now starts doing Holly Sue and Izuna things, right? Because then, if you can't interact with those properly, that's when basically when you're forced to do things, it becomes a problem. Reveal Jockle. Draw one. And here's the Izuna. Now, Izuna, if Doc has an Earth monster in hand, this is no problem. Because then... Ooh, the Purulia as well. Okay, we're not going to keep pushing. If there is an Earth Monster in Doc's hand, this is completely fine. Because you can just take the Izuna with Holisu without performing more special summons. And then the Lupus doesn't do anything. Ooh, Lupus is from hand. That's so annoying. Drew Lupus with Izuna. I did that a lot yesterday too. Does Holisu have an Earth Monster? It'd be so massive here. Oh, it does. Okay, that is really good. That means we don't have to give a draw for the Purulia or the Maxi here. We're gonna take the Izuna away from the Lupus. That means the Lupus will no longer be able to perform an Exceed summon because we haven't summoned enough for Typhon. So we take the Izuna. Lupus will not summon anything. We can now chill, go to the end phase, get our Vanquish Soul trap. We have all attributes in hand. We have Izuna in hand. We have Holisu on board. We have Borger on board. We are chilling. And even though we've been hit, that's the beauty of this deck sometimes. We've been hit with Maxi, Purulia, and Izuna, and we didn't negate any of them, and we're still completely fine. This is why this deck feels so good to play sometimes, because you just avoid getting tilted by those cards. It's like how it's how Draco Tail feels when your opponent has Hualos or Maxi as well. Like you just it feels so good to play those decks. If all decks were like this, then no one would complain about Molcharmies. All right, draw one card for Borger. We still have Izuna and Lupus on the board already. But we know the Holisu can take whatever this makes, right? So, quick. Nash Knight. Nash Knight effect. You can chain Holisu to take it, but they would still attach. Alright, Holisu under the Nash Knight now. They still have the Trap and Izuna, which are two interruptions we know about. Normal summon Mad Love. Can... Oh, Doc can use Nash Knight as well. Doc can use the Nash Knight. Because Nash Knight is once per player. And it has two materials again. So Doc can take the Mad Love when the start targets it. That's not good. Wait, why would you do it now? Why not when they target it? The way Vanquish Soul start works is you target one of your Vanquish Souls and then you search a Vanquish Soul with a different attribute. So you can just wait until they target the Madlove and then steal it or attach it. Well, okay. Anyways, that is enough. Cannot play through that. Maxi, Perulia, Izuna, Madlove was not good enough. It still searches? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. If the target for Vanquish Soul start is gone, it cannot check the attribute and it does not search. I've had it happen, it still searches. If that's the case in Master Duel, that is bugged. That is not how it's supposed to work. No. 100% you should not search with the field spell. Maybe you're misremembering. But if the target is gone, you cannot resolve it because you cannot check or confirm the attribute that you're searching for. Maybe it's different if they steal. If you take control of the monster, it's still on the field. Yes, that is different. That is not the same scenario. If you chain Holisu to take the Madlove, that is not the same. Because the monster is still on the field. So no, you have not had it happen. Oh, you've been called by the grave. Now, here's the thing. Isn't it wonderful? Your Mulchami Fuwalos has not resolved, and your opponent's Ripper is going to search an extra card now because you've dared to try and interact with them. That's the best part when your Mulcharmy gets ashed or called by a K9 deck, is that it's, first of all, not resolving, and second of all, now it's going to make their effects stronger. The Lupus can come back from the graveyard for free, and the Ripper is going to get the quick play spell for free. Isn't that awesome? But honestly, it's on you, because you tried to you thought it was your turn as well, but no, it's not. The K9 police has arrested you for trying to play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here you go. Here's Ripper. And there's the free force release. Didn't detach Lupus? Probably on purpose, because they want to keep the targeting protection, if I had to guess. Alright, here comes Jokol. Reveal the Noroi. And that Noroi is going to send that case to take a little look at that hand. Let me see what you got there. Let me see what that toggle is. Show me that hand. Ash, Lupus, Stake, called by the grave. Should have gone first with that hand. That's a sorry yugioh if I've ever seen one. But hey, it's fine. We have Ash for that, right? Right? And there's Raisin. In case anyone is wondering why they're not ashing it, it's because Ripper just negates Ash, so it's pointless. And they might need the Ash Blossom attribute later. Because right now, discarding it, you would just lose your best attribute for Stake Your Soul. Realistically now, they're just gonna get full Vanquish Soul comboed on with Ripper to negate Ash Blossom at any point. Is there any Dragon Link in the tournament? Technically, this is a Dragon Link. I think that's your best chance to see it today. Are there still time limits in Top Cut and Challenger Cup? Yes, they have, but they have like 17 minutes left. That's not going to matter here. I'm not sure why we're summoning all the Vanquish Souls. To be fair, though, it doesn't really matter. I would prefer to keep some attributes in hand here, but knowing the opponent's hand, by all means, it's not a bad hand. Stake Your Soul with a Fire and a Called by the Grave. It's not a bad hand, but it will not beat this full setup, including Ripper and the Quick Play spell card. If we can just maintain hand size. Also, sometimes with Vanquish Soul, making your field too full can end up being a little bit awkward because you don't have like the free choices where to put your Raisin to pop anything and stuff like that. Or like right now, if the field stayed like this, they couldn't even go Holly Suited Take. So they're gonna make another rank 5 here. Actually, but you do want to keep the thing is like you do want to keep 2 Vanquish Souls on board so you can get the trap card in end phase. Hey, no trap, I guess. Nib Imperm? No, we know the entire hand. The hand is Ash Blossom, Lupus, Called By, and Stake Your Soul. Because of Noroi, they looked at it. All right, Borger draws another card. Probably starting things off with Stake Your Soul here before you are forced to use some of your attributes, if I had to guess. But I don't see how this does it. Yeah. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, I mean, it was a good attempt at least. Should have resolved that Fuwalos, I guess. Should have resolved that Fuwalos. It's going to Michael versus Aurora. I am not sure what the score is here. I'm just going to assume, because there is not that much time left on the round, that they are 1-1 right now. This is game 3. That is just an assumption, though. It could be wrong. And we have Aurora going first here with Cupsy Yummy. Going for a surprise, getting hit with the Molcharmy in resolution, and that is going to resolve. So we're going to have to make a Yummy half board here, but at least it's not Maxi. Molcharmy Perulia is the draw off of the Fuwalos, which realistically, we can just ignore this. We can just get the field spell revive. Ooh, 5 mana. We have a Draco Tail Duelist. Urgula and Mululu. Oh, that's a good 5 mana. Oh, that's a good 5 mana. We are going to destroy the field spell. Now, this is, most importantly, not going to stop Yummy from necessarily playing this turn, because they can still summon a Yummy from hand and keep going, but they are under both Charmies. So that is going to be massive draws if they are forced to come. Habakiri! It's Yummy Mitsu. Okay. Now I don't feel so bad for you anymore that you got hit with both Charmies, because you're playing Yummy Mitsu. Alright, we have the Mitsurugi Trap assembled. We special the Lollipo. We put the Arthalion back. Don't want to deal with that. We do go for a Cupsy Yummy Way for another draw. Cookie and Marshmallow. Royal Marshmallow, nice. Discard Cookie. Set 3, pass. Honestly, good board. Unironically, not a bad board. Even against however many cards in hand that is. 7 after the 5 mana. Discard Fuwalos. Resolve big 5 mana. Mululu and Pan. Into Arthalion. Arthalion, target Urgula and Mululu. Pan activates. Mululu activates. Chain the trap. Wait, but now your Cupsy gets popped. Your Cupsy gets popped because you're not tagging it out. Okay, well. Flame is set. Pop Cupsy. Arthalion returns Urgula. And Mululu. Then we search Futsu with Murakumo. Murakumo summons. We can destroy this Arthalion, but That triggers Pan in the grave. We chain Yummy Surprise. We want to bring back that cup seed that we just lost, so we can start tagging out again. This game is not over. Activate Ketu, but now the Yummy starts tagging out. Do we have Bell for it? No. Okay, wait. This is not easy for Dracotail because Mululu and Pan have already been used. So how do you deal with these Yummy plays? Well, popping the cookie is not gonna work, is it? Chain Prayers because Urgula is threatening it. Here's Cookie Yummy Way in defense position. That Rahu, destroy prayers. Now we haven't normal summoned, so ideally what you would do here is normal summon anything to attack over the cookie. Because if that cookie starts tagging out again, you're in trouble. Oh, Chorozo is cool. That means we can get rid of both. Go for Verte Anaconda, indicating Branded Fusion in the deck. Now activate Rahu. Use Frixel and Phimena. This game, honestly, considering they opened Purulia, Fuva, and Phimena with 2 Dracotails, this game is still really close. All things considered. Okay, we're playing Magistus here as well, but we are locked by Verte already. Urgula is going to add back Phimena. We're going to pop the Murakumo. But still, there's still a follow-up turn for Aurora here with 6 cards in hand. Now, we have the Dracotail traps, we have Gulamel, we have Albion. We're going to use Sting on the trap card immediately, but they drew a Bell. That is a massive card to have here for that Sting. We have a Fuva in the draw phase as well to counteract the Phimena later. Activate Mitsurugi Mirror. We hit it with Flame. Put back Sting. Draw 1. Activate Minion Engrave. Activate Marshmallow. Marshmallow adds back Surprise. Link 1 into Snatchy. Probably going to be the Horn. Do they have Horn? Yeah, they play all 3. Okay. Chain the Trap, though. They contribute the Snatchy. Chain Phimena. Chain Gulamel. Pop the Snatchy. Chain Prayers Tribute. Oh, there's a lot of things. Lots of things are happening. Steal Murakumo with Sanctifier is awesome. Have that Charmy. Search Kusanagi. Bring back Saji. Gulamel destroys Snatchy. Horn does not resolve. Most importantly. We make the Magistus Zoroa, which is a monster effect negation. Purification doesn't revive. Snatchy places minion. Abakiri activates. Murakumo activates. Destroys the board. Abakiri searches. Aramasa. Normal Kusanagi. Add back Ritual Spell. We allow it. Activate Ritual Spell. Force them to discard with Murakumo. can't resolve. Okay. Nachi comes back. Revive. This game is not over. Cupsy Yami way. We try to negate that, but the Cupsy is gonna tag out. Bring back Cupsy and Marshmallow. The Roa is gonna negate and destroy Cupsy. Link 2 into SP with no extra deck monster? End phase. Okay. Whew. I feel like this game was very interesting. Yami Mitsu ends up going down here, but that was a very interesting game. These matchups, and this ultimately is one of the reasons why I am typically a Charmy defender. I feel like these matchups are really fun if two things are happening. First of all, no auto win boards are being made, and second of all, the player going second has an appropriate amount of cards to play with. And I say appropriate because that is not something that Max C does, right? With Max C, you get an inappropriate amount of cards for the half board that your opponent makes. You get like so many cards that is not appropriate anymore. You got like 10 or something. But if you resolve a Molcharmy or a Perulia, like a Fuwa or a Perulia against these decks, you're gonna have like let's say 1 or 2 extra cards, and their board is a little weaker, and then good Yu-Gi-Oh is being played, I think. That double Charmy was rough. It was rough. Double Charmy plus 5 mana is a really strong opener, but still, I feel like they had a chance in that game. I think their follow-up turn could have been played a little bit better. It was a very complex game though, so it's really hard to say. But it was a good one. I enjoyed it. I feel you kind of need to resolve a Charmy versus these decks. See, that's the other thing though. Like, that's something I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of if there's decks out there that feel like you have to resolve a Charmy, otherwise you don't have a chance, right? That's something, like, I like it when the Charmies help, but I don't like when you have to have one, otherwise what they do is way too powerful, right? That is something that, for example, Mitsurugi Yami, right? Like, Mitsurugi Yami, I think if you don't have a Charmy at all, then what that deck does is definitely a little bit too powerful. But yeah, okay. Anyways, it is almost time on the round in this top 32. We've just seen a very intense match, so we'll be back with the top 16 very, very shortly. I'm just gonna grab some water real quick, and then we shouldn't have a long break at all. Hope you're enjoying the games so far, and we will be right back. All right, welcome duelists to the top 16 of today's Challenger Cup. Only 16 people remain. We've seen a little bit of everything so far. You know, the Justice Hunters trio is finally assembled. We see a decent amount of Canine. We see Draco Tail. We see Yummy. Let's see what we have at table number 1 between Mimi and Uroda. Okay. We see Mimi going first. Molcharmi Perulia on the other side, though, hit with Ash Blossom. We don't want none of that. And then we head into the main phase. Cupsy Yummy is the normal summon. Phimena. Okay, we got Yummy versus Draco Tail here. Phimena immediately being fired in response to the Cupsy. We had an effect veiler there. I'm not a huge fan of using Phimena in response there because you make it easier for your opponent to make a decision. Right? Because they know exactly what you're doing. Set Ketu Draco Tail. Bounce Cupsy Yummy back to the hand and add Effect Veiler back to the hand. Okay, now we have to use Surprise, special that Yummy back, and go into the Yummy Snatchy that way. And we use Effect Veiler on that, hoping they have no other Yummy in hand. Okay. But there is a Lollipo. Puts back the Phimena. We make Cupsy Yummy way, and now it's looking really good for Yummy, I would say. Because Draco Tail is really low on resources immediately. Because they also only had... They did have Phimena, but they didn't have 2 good Draco Tails to fuse with it. Just 1. We go for Sky Striker Ace Camellia here. Send Hornet Drones. Kagari add back Hornet Drones. Lollipo brings back Cupsy and Cupsy. We make Sprite Elf. And then we go SP Little Knight on that face down Ketu, because that is a scare. Oh no! Oh, we must have Purge. We must have Purge. Yeah. Okay. Risky maneuver with the Phimena, and it didn't pay off because we basically, I mean, we said like we are gonna lose to anything that isn't, or if they have another Yummy in hand, we lose, basically, is what we said, and they did have another Yummy in hand. All right, now Draco Tail gets to start. We start things off with Rahu Draco Tail. No Draco Tail name in hand. I hate those openers. I hate drawing no Draco Tails in my Draco Tail deck. But at least we're gonna get a Lucius back to the hand, because so far everything's resolving. No Imperm, no Ash yet. Normal Lucius. That also resolves. We get Phimena. Ooh, a Drollin Lockbird when we set that Ketu Draco Tail is really annoying. Okay. Set one pass. Max C and Draw Face, though, saves the day against Yummy because it resolves. That's rough. Can't really push into that. Or I guess they can, maybe? Normal Cup C? What was the point of going into Camellia there? Wouldn't linking into Snatchy and then make Lollipo be the exact same result? It would have been, but since Snatchy is at 2 in Master Duel, that would have been your last Snatchy, right? That way you just save that resource in your extra deck, which I think makes sense. But yes, in terms of like the field, it's the exact same result. But you have a Snatchy in your extra deck instead of the Sky Strike, which is probably better. Which packs should I get to get a good deck as fast as possible? I'm assuming you're referring to Master Duel right now. There is a pack in the shop right now that they just added that has a lot of the good generic staples in it. So if you're trying to just build a base of solid like staple cards you can use in a lot of different decks, then you can take that one. Or you can, I mean, you can also just open one of, if it depends what deck you're trying to build, but those generic staples are kind of like they're all helping you in some way. How is the format looking? Still a lot of Max C today, really a lot of Max C. I mean, Yummy is under Max C right now as we speak, but in terms of the overall format dynamic, I am a fan that we have all three in the mix now. K9, Yummy, and Draco Tail. It really feels like those three are designed to work together, right? Because like, in theory, Draco Tail is good against Yummy, Yummy is good against K9, and K9 is good against Draco Tail. So having all three now feels complete. Because when one of them is missing, and we did see this, right? If you remember previous Challenger Cups, before we had K9, Draco Tail was running over Yummy in those previous Challenger Cups because there was no counter, quote unquote, to it. I mean, Draco Tail was a lot more popular and successful in previous Challenger Cups than Yummy. And now we're seeing Yummy do better because Yummy is solid against against K9. So now that we have the whole triangle assembled, it feels more balanced overall. But there is still a lot of like, you know, there's games that are being played under Max C. There's games where people play Yummy Mitsu and try to make unbreakable boards. There's games where K9 makes unbreakable boards with K9 Crystron and stuff. Like, not all is Yummy versus Draco Tail versus K9, K9 versus Yummy. There is some other aspects, of course. All right, Max C prompts the concession. And then we're going into a game 3. How is Yummy into Vanquish Soul? I would say, I mean, if we're disregarding the K9 cards, I'd say that matchup is relatively even. It's really hard for Yummy to push into a lot of removal, which Vanquish Soul does have a decent amount of removal if they set up completely. Like, if they get to the trap, if they get to Holly Sue setup, then it's really hard for Yummy, but Yummy obviously plays a lot of cards to prevent that. Ooh. That's a rare sight. Yummy not opening a play, that is normally a very consistent deck. That is unfortunate. Setting a monster as well, what does that mean? Sangan? That's not how you use Sangan in Yummy. It's not 2005. You don't set Sangan in paths. I can't imagine anything you'd set. Look, maybe what they are hoping for is that they can stop Draco Tail from playing, and then they can like summon another Ash Blossom next turn and make the Sky Striker stuff, right? Because that's basically any two monsters can make Yummy combo happen. So it must be like one of those. They must be hoping for, like, you know, Purge on Ketu, Ash on Rahu past turn kind of situation. Because I mean, realistically, that's what's in their hand, right? They have to have like Imperm, Purge, Ash, Veiler, maybe some Mulcharmies. That, I mean, but if they had Mulcharmies, they probably would just keep Imperm and Purge in hand or something. Ketu Draco Tail gets ashed. Okay, that means no Purge, I think. I think that means no Purge. Which means the face downs are like what? Imperm called by? Normal summon Cartesia. Imperm. Could be double Imperm as well. It's not called by. Gotta be a second Imperm then. Or Surprise, I guess. Could be Surprise. It's not Purge. It's not called by. My guess is second Imperm. Which isn't bad here, but it's also far from winning. Oh, it's not even that. It really is Surprise, isn't it? It really is Surprise. That's unfortunate. And they set a second Ash Blossom. And then the Urgula is gonna show us the face down. Nope, it's not. Alright, I mean, yeah. That was rough. Rough hand for Yummy there. It happens. What are you gonna do? It is a card game after all. Sometimes you draw like that. It was a valid effort. Alright, DDS versus G2000. Let me see what the score is real quick. G2000 has a win. It seems like we're in game 2, unless I'm missing something. Yeah. But who's leading? G2000. Yeah. Alright, Molcharmy Perulia. On our own turn, just to play around 5 mana a little bit. Tracked, search Engraver because we drew Lurie. Engraver, tracked effect to fuse with the Engraver. Make Lacrima. There's Izuna, which is going to draw for the Perulia. So we get our card back at least, but we still have to deal with the fact that there is Izuna now into Nash Knight. That is going to take control or attach the Engraver. That does not prevent Fiendsmith combo though. But I guess you had to do this because they were threatening Caesar. Snake Eye Ash! Wait, you drew Poplar as well? Did you open Poplar and Lurie? And now you get ashed on that. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's so bad. Should not have drawn Poplar. There's Desiree. Do you play Agnum Day? Probably not, right? What do we know about their hand? We know they have Oak and Poplar. And one unknown, I guess. No, it's just SP. Desiree can send Nash Knight and SP can banish Lupus, I guess. But that's not a great setup. Set one and pass. Okay, we know there's Oak in hand. Technically, we don't know there's Poplar, but realistically, we know there's Poplar. So we can't expect any Maxi, Ash, or anything like that. They can't have any of those. Four cards in hand, or looks like K9 Vanquish Soul, right? Normal summon Noroi, activate effect. Uh-oh. Alright, we fire both of our interruptions off at once. Imperm the Noroi, banish it with SP, and then just close your eyes and hope they can't do it. Ace for K9. That's game, right? Lantern. Lantern on Izuna. If they play Lantern. Maybe they don't play Lantern, huh? Maybe. They're thinking very long about this. Which is either a good sign... Oh no, they play Lantern. Okay, what that means is because they were thinking about it, they probably have Jokul in it. Yep, they have Jokul in it. Yep. Alright. The Snake Eyes fall in top 16. But I just realized that means Snake Eye made it all the way into the top 16. Interesting. I mean, they lost 2-0 now to K9 Vanquish Soul, but still, that's not something I expected to see in all the way in top 16. Okay, let's see what the score is between Jan and Soyeon down here. Let me see. Jan has a win, and Soyeon does not have a win yet. Unless I'm missing something. No. Okay, seems like this is game 2 as well. All right, let's see. Sword Ryzeal. Ryzeals without cross. Ah, it's Mitsu Ryzeal. Okay. Mitsu Ryzeal with a small Mitsu package, no cross. All right. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, everyone is focusing on the triangle format of Yami, Yami K9 and Vanquish Soul. Yami K9 and Draco Tail. But Mitsurugi is also still in the mix, you know? Mitsurugi is a strong deck. We go ahead and synchro and ritual the Serpent and Kusanagi for Habakiri. That gives us Duo Drive and Ritual in hand. Drag Luxion. Search 7th Tachyon. But we already have the Ryziels. Make Titanic Galaxy. Make Duo Drive now. Get Node and X'd. 7th Tachyon. What are you doing with this? Okay, Star. We're still playing Star. Star is gonna set Ryziel Plasma Hole. Send Feral Imps. Make Daigusto Emerald. You're looping Emerald? That's awesome. Okay. And after all this, it's Detonator, Plasma Hole, and Hope Harbinger pass. No cross involved. Still a good opener, though. Don't get me wrong. This is strong. Especially considering we got Ash. But it is possible to beat this. Like, Ryziel Cross genuinely was one of the most powerful parts of this endport, if not the most powerful. Yeah, without Cross, this is not the same board. And it's a Mitsurugi mirror. Ash Blossom is really good here. But if... I'll say it right now, if one Ritual Summon resolves this turn, then we have a real game on our hands. If Mitsurugi can get onto the board here, then they are definitely in this. Ash Blossom is gonna make it infinitely harder though to get something going. Okay, that gets negated by the number 38, I guess. With the quickness. Hey, you kind of have to, no? Chain Droplet and we're talking. Nope, we're not talking. Okay. But now, activate Habakiri. Activate Ritual Spell. Anything? Activate Nunu, the Ogdodic Remnant. Oh, wait. Hold up. Ogdodic Mitsurugi? This card is really good in that deck. It sends one Dark Reptile from deck to grave, which usually is one of the big Ogdodics, unless they've drawn it. They do play one of, I think one, let me check. Okay, they send Nephilibis. Activate Ritual. If a monster is sent from hand or deck to grave while this card's in your grave, special summon this card. Okay. Now the problem is there is prayers, right? There is prayers, and you're gonna have no cards left in hand soon. Oh yeah, they drew this one. Yeah. Tribute 2 monsters, special discard. Summon Murakumo. The Murakumo just gets popped here. The Murakumo just gets popped. And then when the reptile, when the Ogdoadic comes back, all they have to do is just bring back Murakumo and destroy it. Gain Plasma Hole. That way they don't have to discard a card, I guess. Wait, you discard a card anyways? To try and destroy the Murakumo. Okay, that also works. Okay, this is going to be the game. This is going to be the win for Mitsurugi Raizeel. But if I'm not mistaken, this was just the equalizer. I think they have to go into a game 3. I think we're going to get another chance to see that Ogdoadic Mitsurugi deck in action. I think there is one more game, unless I missed something when I was looking at the replays in the room. I don't think this was game 3. Yep, there we go. All right, let's see what that Ogdoadic deck can do when it goes first. I assume it wants to go first. All right, there we go. Jan going first. Got the cooking sleeves as well. Okay. We have a play. I was scared for a second. I was really scared. Yeah, I was about to say, why do this in main phase? Why did we Prayers Tribute in main phase? Maybe we have talents? Is that the reason? Please tell me you at least have talents. Because if you have talents, you at least have a defense for this. If you don't have talents, then you had no reason to do this. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. No, Kusanagi pass. Oh, they got punished so hard for not doing that in draw phase. Oh, wait. Ogdoadic Gaming? Under draw? We go Naoya. Send, Nunu. Oh. Ice Raizeel. I win, you lose. No, the roll in Lockbird, and we could have played around it, but we didn't. Okay. Well, I guess it's the stream curse. It is what it is. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? I mean, look, as much as I'm on board with complaining about Droll and Lockbird, when you have Mitsurugi prayers and a Mitsurugi monster, there's really no excuse for not doing it in the draw phase. And realistically, their hand was very good against Droll and Lockbird. They had a really strong hand against Droll and Lockbird had they done it in draw phase. So in this instance, I think can't really complain about it too much. It is what it is. Hey, looks like most of the games or all of the games of our top 16 have finished. Octodic Mitsurugi unfortunately did not make it into the top 8. But hey, Ryziel, I feel like now that Ryziel Cross is banned, counts as an outsider deck and also made it into the top 8. So that's also exciting. We'll be right back. Short break, top 8. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, and here we are. The break was short indeed. We have 8 duelists left in the tournament. And we are gonna jump into Michael versus Albion online. Let's see what our Table number 4 in this top 8 is cooking. We got K9 Field and Sleeves and Raisin as the icon. So, I mean, I have my guess, I suppose, what we're working with here. We see Habakiri on the other side, though. Again, a lot of Mitsurugi. The deeper we go into the tournament, the more Mitsurugi we see. I wonder what that means. The Fualos resolves, though. Ooh, we summoned from deck, so that's going to be another Fualos draw. And the droll... No, wait, actually... No, wait, we drolled? I guess that works too. Dynamondo Pass is not the worst, depending on their hand as well, because once the Dynamondo activates its effect to bring back the Murakumo, the board is going to be empty for a moment, so you can use stuff like Fualos. I mean, yeah, okay, you can use Maxi if you have stuff on the board. That doesn't matter then. That's fine. You go on. Oh, they have both. Isn't Maxi limited? Yeah, I mean, I see one. That's one right there. You can start wondering when they activate a second one. But something that we've learned today, which is an important lesson, is that 1, in fact, believe it or not, is not 0. Let that sink in. Write that down. But it's close, come on. It is close, but it still feels very far away. To be fair. From what I've seen today, it is close to 0, but it still feels very far away from 0. Ooh, we're recycling Droll and Lockbird here with the Arthalion. Okay. Gets ashed on Ketu. Oh, we can jam to the K9 field music. Not playing K9, by the way. K9 Sleeves, K9 Field, Raisin Icon activates Mululu. Alright then. It's K9 Draco Tail? Ah, okay. That's why the Zoroa is here as well. Yep. K9 Magistus Draco Tail. My favorite version. Now they recycled Droll and Lockbird, which I think is... It's understandable, but it's also weird because in like the middle of the game, Droll and Lockbird tends to be a lot worse than in the beginning. Even against a deck like Mitsurugi that searches a lot, like when you add it back to your hand for like turn 3 and onwards, it feels like a much weaker card. Unlike Ash Blossom, which becomes stronger the lower the resources get. Ash on Rahu here feels big. End phase, yep. Ah. Nasty top deck. Ah, okay, we have Ash anyways. Alright, an Ash for an Ash. But you have to discard an extra card for it. Yours is not free. You have to pay extra. Nice roll. I mean, how are you going to beat Murakumo when you draw to 1 card in hand? You're not beating that. All right, now Draco Tail is not going to be able to play this with 1 card, I think. Sting gets negated, but which 1 card could do it? Spent, maybe. Nope, it's not spent up. All right, so that was game 1 for Mitsurugi. And it looked like it was pure Mitsurugi. So I declare based. I think we saw very well how Droll and Lockbird can be a really weird and awkward card in that game, because they drew it together with the Molcharmi, which was really weird. And then they even went through the effort of recycling it, and then it was even weirder, because after they recycled it, all it did was serve as a discard for Murakumo. It was a very, very weird Droll and Lockbird game. Frixel does it. Summon Mululu, add back Frixel. Use into Arthalion. Yeah, maybe. Frixel could have done it. If they play it in the deck even. Alright, we ash the Rahu. I like ashing Rahu because typically Rahu is an indicator of a weaker hand. Yeah, because most good hands don't want to start with Rahu. So ashing Rahu here is just going to be a pass, and that's a rough sign. We have Molcharmi Perulia to maybe keep us in this game. We chain prayers. Tribute Futsu. All of this is in the draw phase. And this is in response to the Perulia, so we don't draw for this Aramasa yet. And now we have Aramasa and Futsu. And now, realistically, they have to give no draws to this Perulia if they don't want to. You can just go Ritual from deck, Tribute Habakiri from hand, summon Murakumo, and then search Mirror. Ah, they got Fuba too. Okay, can't play around both though. Gotta summon from somewhere. Ooh, talents as well. Why not? Look at their hand. Yeah, that is a hand for sure. And we have done the classic again. We've drawn Droll Lockbird with both Charmies. And Fallen of Albaz. All the anti-synergies and engine requirements in the deck. Yep. And now, I mean, I feel like it's completely risk-free, right? You get the trap card for the top deck, the rest doesn't play the game, and you don't give a single draw to both of these armies. And then you just set the trap and pass, and you know what's in their hand, you know whatever they draw won't beat the trap card, and you win the game. Once again, maybe Spenta can do something, because if they negate Spenta... Oh, that's just Crowley. That's not working. GG. And Magistus Dracotail? I mean... technically not over yet, but realistically, this game ends next turn. That is not game. Oh wait, is it with the trap maybe? Can you summon with the trap? Trap engrave. Habakiri was not properly summoned. Bring back Saji, tribute Futsu. That's not game. I mean, it's gonna be game, but not this turn. There's no way out for Michael here. Tribute Aramasa. They can recycle Purification. Yeah, they can search Kusanagi. Now they have Magatam. It's the same situation as last turn, to be honest. It's Droll and Urgula and the top deck against the trap. Yeah, they don't even bother to go for the Droll here. Prayers in the battle phase. Couldn't search a monster here, otherwise the Droll can stop the Futsu from coming back. Okay, we search. They don't even bother chaining. I mean, yeah, this game's over. Let's go watch another one. Mitsurugi takes down Draco Tail in table 4. Let's see what's going on at table 3. What's the score? 1 win here. No win for Karu yet. So it is 1-0 for the player at the bottom. Uh-oh, Malice sleeves. Ah, okay. Raisin. It's okay. We're saved. 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 Ash on Raisin. Maxi on Rez. It's everywhere. Ash on Maxi. Alright, can we now play? You guys may now play your game of Yu-Gi-Oh! With 3 cards versus 3 cards. You can now begin. You ashed Maxi when it was gonna be 1 draw? Okay, then. Ash again. All right, that's 3 ashes. That's 4 ashes. That's why they ashed, because they had 2. I get it. Activate Thrust. Ash that. Okay, last card in hand. Yummy card. GG's, maybe. Nope, end phase. Okay. Ash number 5? No? Noroi. Tribute summon over Raisin? No, you Jokul. Okay. This is something that people very often forget, is that the canines can only normal summon when the opponent has 2 cards in hand. Alright. After 4 ashes, we have found a winner. This game is still going on? How? Okay. Why are you playing with your food so much? Ragnarika chain coils? Why is this game still going? What was their draw? Oh, they drew Albaz again. After it was shuffled in. Okay, now it's game. Finally. Okay, the other game is going into game 3 though. Let's check that out. This is Yummy going first against Vanquish Soul K9. Marshmallow, that's scary into Izuna to activate that instead of normal summoning it. Snatchy. Holly-Sue. Oh, no effect on Snatchy as well. Holly-Sue reveal Raisin. Holly-Sue reveal Earth and Dark. Take that, Snatchy. It's mine. And now what? Normal summon Mimighoul Dragon. You're in top 8 with Mimighoul Yummy? Nah. Search Mimighoul Maker. Make Linkaribo. Special Copsy, their head's crazy. What was the earth monster that Holly Sue revealed? It was Didi Crow and... Was it Bell? Noroi. Okay. Search Lollipo and Cookie, and this card is Cookie. Now here's the thing, they get this Snatchy back in the end phase, so that's already a guaranteed piece of interruption. And they haven't used Snatchy's effect to place the field spell yet, so one thing they can do is they can Snatchy place a Croaky to pop the Holly Sue, which you definitely want that gone. And then they still have Mimighoul Maker plays. Oh no, they go for Mignon, okay. Bring back Cookie. Crow is useless here, because if you Crow, they just chain the Synchro to tag out. Doesn't help. Are game 2 and 3 in this event with a sideboard? No. They have one deck list for every game, yeah. It's basically 3 best of ones, yeah. Second Cookie. Make a very early Herald of the Arclight, just to play around Nibiru the best, I suppose. Does Didi Crow have to go to the graveyard? Yeah. Crow has to go to grave, so they can't Crow anymore. And now we are Mimighoul Makering. Reveal Dragon and Archfiend. They get Dragon, you get Archfiend. Special it. Ooh, wait, that's perfect for you, right? Now you pop the Holly Sue. Because you hit that way around. That's the best way to do it. All right, pop Holly Sue and Snatchy. Get the dragon. This is so good. Here's Giant Mimighoul. Add a Mimighoul card from deck to hand. Do you think they played a Mimighoul Trap? Mimighoul Dungeon. Are we gonna overwrite the Yummy Field spell? Probably. Because also, right now, both Snatchies are in the graveyard. So if they want to end on a Snatchy, they'd have to, like, overwrite the field spell, use the field spell in grave to put Snatchies back into the extra deck so they can remake it. But they can do that. Can't normal summon is crucial for Vanquish Soul? Yes, although right now they don't have a face-down monster, so that effect wouldn't apply, right? SP banished the Holly Sue, so we can't add it back later. Now we overwrite the field spell. I guess we can add a Mimighoul that we then give to our opponent, right? Mimighoul Archfiend, give it to the opponent. Mimighoul Fairy. This turn, you cannot activate the effects of monsters special summoned from the hand. Wait, that effect is good. That's crazy versus Vanquish Soul K9. If they have to flip that, they are in big trouble. Wait, they didn't end on Snatchy. Okay. Don't need it? I mean, yeah, probably. So right now they cannot normal summon, correct? While they have the face down? Yeah. How does that help? You tribute set now, but you still don't have a normal summon. Okay. That didn't really work the way it was supposed to work, I guess. Mimighoul Yami makes top 4. Taking down Vanquish Soul K9. Okay. Oh, that's something. That's not something I expected today. What's the score in the other one? We have a win for Euroda. Just a win for Euroda. It is not. This is game 2. Aurelia against K9. That makes Izuna live though. The Veiler, the Izuna. Don't want to deal with the Lupus in rotation because that's going to make stuff untargetable. Normal Mad Love. Search start. Start target Mad Love. Ash that. What? Okay. Ooh, we got Alt Art SP for the first time. And now we Lantern. Set forced release. Activate case for Izuna. No, for Lupus. And end phase. Okay. Why not Izuna? You only play one Izuna or what? All right, it is Draco Tail, and that is a massive Rahu that we're resolving right now. That is a big Arthalion. Holy, Lucius, Mululu, and Pan. SP runs away. Recycle Ash, set Ketu. Pops Ripper, so Ketu doesn't fuse at least. Set Sting. There's another Ketu. Activate one. Search by mana. Normal Mululu. Attack for 1100. Set two more. Pass. We have Izuna and Lupus now. Chain Mululu. Or Urgula. Gonna be a Gulamel. No force release. They are under Pualos. End phase. Yep. Now we still exceed. This is still looking okay for K9. Make a Nash Knight. Normal summon Jokul effect gets Ash. Now the Jokul is bigger though. Nash Knight effect. Baylor it. Chain SP. Oh, should not do that. Horn is really good now. On the Gulamel. Yep. Should have kept SP to deal with Horn. Because now your Lupus gets stinged. Can still make Sea Nash Knight. No, Typhon. Turn the Arthalion. Attack with SP. Not looking great now. Sting on Lupus is gonna hurt. Ketu. They have Max C. Good to have at least. Search Pan. Pan 5 mana. Make the Gulamel again because you can't activate Arthalion anyways under Typhon. Saving the Typhon over the SP is interesting. All right, not going to commit into the Maxi much more. We're going to just recycle 5 mana. We're getting Gulamel back in the end phase. And this feels like a pretty solid spot for Draco Tail now. We're attacking, but there is Horn. We have Ash off the top for it, though. That's nice. Flame on start. Chain Gulamel destroyed Typhon, though. Should have waited until the Horn is engraved for this, I feel. But maybe we want to recycle Sting anyways. Main phase 2. Normal summon Jokul again. And now we just make Arthalion. Typhon is off the board, so we can now use this. We're going to return the Jokul to the hand. Obviously making the read that they don't have a level 5 in hand, because otherwise why would they normal summon it here? Yep. End phase. And I think Draco Tail is moving into the top 4 as well. All right, we have K9 Vanquish Soul going down here to Draco Tail, even though that is considered to be one of the better matchups for the deck. It falls. All right. Now I'm getting word that this was the last match of the top 8. So we have a about 2-minute break real quick. I'm just gonna go run and refill my water real quick because it's empty again. And we should have our top 4 in about, I think they start in like in 3 minutes. Yes. They start in 3 minutes. So the break is gonna be minimal. I'll be right back with you. All right, and here we are with our top 4 duelists. We have a bunch of different decks in the mix here. Let's go ahead. I think the only player we haven't spectated so far is AF Sofas. So let's jump into that. I know Euroda is on Draco Tail. I knew on the other table we have a Yummy Mimighoul. And I think, what was Albion Online playing? Mitsurugi? So if Av Sofas is not on is not on K9, there's no K9 in top 4, right? Am I getting that right? We have Ash on Lucius. But they have Ketu. Fuse with Maxi. I wonder what Arthalion is going to try to add back. Are we adding back Phimena or Maxi? Can we resist the temptation of the Maxi? Could still add it back on the opponent's turn, I guess. Really thinking about it. I mean, the thing is, you really want that Phimena back in hand because you want to use Rahu, right? You want to use Rahu to its fullest potential. And ultimately, you can still use Phimena on the opponent's turn to make Arthalion again to then add the Maxi back, right? So you're not getting the Maxi immediately, but you're probably getting it later. So we resist the urge to add back Maxi. By the way, this pretty much tells us that the other two cards in their hand are not monsters, I think. Because if they had monsters in hand, they would have preferred to fuse those. So it could be a duplicate Ketu, it could be it's probably not a duplicate Rahu, but likely it's some amount of trap cards or duplicate Ketus. Or I could also be a Cult by the Grave, I guess, that they didn't want to use on Ash. But they are not monsters, I don't think, because you would not use Maxi as material if you had other monsters, most likely. So I would not be surprised if this was the Sting, if they opened one of the traps. That would make a lot of sense. Looks like there is something on the other side, though. Izuna! It is K9. Okay, we have something K9 in top 4 at least. Here's Izuna. And that's scary. That is a potentially really... Oh, he drew Lupus. They drew Lupus as well. The classic Izuna plus Lupus. Hate when that happens. Now, Lupus effect to exceed summon is not main phase only, so we're doing it in the end phase here. And we make Ripper. One card that's really good against Draco Tail that not a lot of people are playing is Wind Up Arsenal Zenmayo. It pops 2 face down cards. If you can make that and it's untargetable because of Lupus, that is really good because you can pop like Horn and Flame instantly. But I mean, making Ripper is fine too. Alright, searches for Lantern. However, Lantern is a really, really good value Sting. Because Sting basically makes it so it doesn't summon itself either. Lantern has to summon both. So if the target gets banished, you don't get to summon Lantern either. Of course, they can still normal summon Lantern. Maybe it's all bait. Or they can summon it with Jokul later. So Sting resolves, which is good news. Jokul gets banished. And Draco Tail draws a card here. Wasn't Lupus for Typhon the line there? Lupus for Typhon was also really good, yeah. Because they did not have Han or Malulu. They fused with Maxi. So they did not have other Draco Tails. 100% not. So yeah, I'm not sure. The Ripper is a little weird. I would have also, I probably preferred something like even Nesh Knight. But I mean, it looks like they're choosing Ripper because their hand doesn't have a lot of engine, is what I'm seeing here. Because it's a normal summon Lantern angle, which plays into the horn really hard. And there it goes. Lantern back to hand. Normal summon used for giving the opponent a draw, I guess. Not looking great for K9 here. Not a great hand. Making a Typhon here hurts. Detaches Ripper, so the Typhon stays untargetable. Gonna bounce our Thalion. End of main phase. Attack over Gulamel. The set is Draco Tail Flame. And then we pass and we hope we don't go down, but realistically we should go down. The only hope is that they didn't draw Draco Tails from those two trap draws. That maybe the 5 mana is not great value here. But if they drew into anything of like Han or Urgula nature, then it should be GG's. Because the Gulamel is also going to come back from the grave. Okay, they drew Malulu and Perulia. So, ooh, a second Gulamel has hit the field. Malulu is going to negate Typhon, I guess. And negating Typhon will also stop the non-targeting protection from Lupus, because Lupus gives that effect to the Exceed monster. So if you negate Typhon here, it can be targeted. And the trap card confirms that it is Vanquish Soul K9. But it looks like we're going down in game 1 here to Draco Tail, which is supposed to be the matchup, or that is the matchup we're supposed to beat. But we are not beating it right now. Ketu Draco Tail resolving. Gulamel pops Typhon. And we are only a few summons / activations away from winning the game with Draco Tail, getting one step closer to the finals. Search Lucius. Now we can't fuse anymore because we popped the Typhon. Lucius, normal summon. Searches 5 mana. Now, if you activate that 5 mana, technically Lupus in the graveyard is live, which is why we're avoiding it. We're not doing it. We're just activating Rahu. We're fusing 5 mana with probably Urgula, and then we can just not activate anything in grave, and then just go battle phase. And now, I suppose now is where the Arthalion adds back the Maxi, just to add insult to injury. We're not gonna have that. You're not getting that Maxi back. I leave before you do that. Smart. I appreciate that. That's based. Okay, 1-0 for Draco Tail. It's not over yet though. Still have to win one more against Vanquish Soul K9, which is not an easy task. Meanwhile, on the other table, it is 1 win for Mitsurugi over Yummy Mimighoul. And I guess we can already say, now that all of the Justice Hunters decks are in Master Duel, alongside Mitsurugi as well, we're seeing the first Challenger Cup, and I don't think it's a coincidence, we're seeing 4 different decks in top 4. We're seeing a Draco Tail deck, a K9 deck, a Yummy deck, and the Mitsurugi deck, all 4 in top 4. If I'm not misremembering any of the players' decks. But that is the one thing about this format that is definitely true, is it's pretty diverse in terms of what you can play. There's definitely different play styles present in this format. All right, we ashed them all Charmy. Is it really pure Mitsu? From what we've seen, yes. I think Albion was on pure Mitsu. Normal summon Raisin makes me wonder why we even ashed the Fuva if we had that. Do you have any tips for the Vanquish Soul K9 mirror? Oh, it's hard to give you one. It's a very it can get very complex if both players are on the board. Not sure what exactly one tip would be. All right, Ash on Fuva, called by Unveiler. I see what kind of gaming we're doing. Does Arc Rebellion win the mirror match? Arc Rebellion can be very strong in the mirror match, yeah. Keep them off of the field spell or 2 Vanquish Soul bodies so they don't get the trap. I would say if I had to talk about the Vanquish Soul, if I had to analyze the Vanquish Soul K9 mirror match, I think like in the long term, if it gets into the grind game, the cards that win that grind game are the Vanquish Soul card. So maintaining access to your Vanquish Soul engine, I think, is really important. In the short term, the K9 plays are more powerful though. So it's always, often you have to make the decision, like in this case, like, do I overlay my Holisu or do I keep it on the board, and so on and so forth. And sometimes in the short term, it's more impact if you go for the K9 stuff. But in the long term, it would be more impactful to go to keep the Vanquish Soul stuff around. So you gotta like understand what's more important. But here, against Draco Tail with so little cards in hand, it definitely feels right to go into Ripper. I'm doing my best. I mean, oh, you gotta try harder, Euroda. You gotta try harder. If your best is getting your Veiler and Fuva both negated, then you gotta step up your game. Have you tried resolving your cards? All right, we're going into Masquerade as well. And that looks like a tough one for Draco Tail to crack with only 4 cards. However, if there's a deck that can do this, I would say it is Draco Tail, because 1 Ketu and we could be in this. Okay, Rahu is not Ketu, but Rahu is good too. Just a little worse. Because we're going to be locked into fusions. And we have less material from hand if we go for an Arthalion. But it is a good card. All right, we fused 2. This is a good hand. Lucius, Phimena, and Pan. We fused them all together. Now, you got to be mindful here. Ripper can negate graveyard effects, and Umbral Horror Masquerade negates monster effects on the field. So whatever you put as the last chain link will be negated here. Whether it's a graveyard effect, that'll be negated by Ripper, or whether it's an on-field effect, that'll be negated by Masquerade. Which is why we're putting Phimena as the last chain link here. That's gonna get negated by Ripper, probably. On the Lucius. Same thing. So we're bouncing the Masquerade, which cannot activate here because the Arthalion is chain link 1. And there's other chains in between. So the Arthalion is chain blocked, so the Umbral Horror is just gonna go back into the extra deck. The Pan is non-target threatening the Ripper, which means that if you want to get value out of your force release, you'd have to chain it now in order to pop the Arthalion. But if you pop the Arthalion, then Pan in the graveyard trigger. It's a really interesting game state. So we're setting a Ketu here. Phimena resolves. Wait, did we not even activate Ripper? We did not even activate Ripper. Okay. I feel like that should have happened. I guess if you activate Ripper, you make it a little bit easier for your opponent to pop Rock of the Vanquisher. And maybe you want them to pop the Ripper and not the Rock of the Vanquisher. Right? Maybe? Because now that the Ripper hasn't activated yet, and the K9 Quick Play spell is still here, you kind of have to pop the Ripper. But, yeah. That's 2 Ketus. Pops the Ripper. Well, here's the thing. Now Holly Sue is in the graveyard, and Rock is still on the field. So we can rock back the Holly Sue. Oh no, we summon from hand. Okay. Summon from hand, Raisin. Raisin the search. I guess it depends on the exact attributes in their hand. I don't know. We should know some of the cards in their hand, but I don't know exactly. Search Holly Sue. Holly Sue, reveal another Raisin. We have Fire and Dark. What's the other one? It's Jokul. Okay, so we can only really summon Borger here, right? Everything else doesn't have much value. We can't pop with Caesar. Don't have 3 attributes. Madlove. Madlove is gonna search, I guess. But that's all. Can always try the Borger draw Ash Blossom. Right? Now Lupus. Lupus can overlay with the Holly Sue and make, if they play it, K9 Jax. And K9 Jax then makes the quick play spell live again. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it was pop Rock of the Vanquisher. I think popping Rock of the Vanquisher with Pan was better. There's Jax. Hannah's gonna give us back Phimena. There's 2 Ketus face down. And they are locked into fusion already because they used Rahu. And I think in hand, all we know is Lucius. Searches Urgula. Why is it in that column? Oh, dude, I didn't even see that. Why is it there? Why? No, Lucius, don't go there. Don't go there. Oh, man. Destroy the Phimena with the forced release. So now in hand they have Mululu and Urgula. This is not over yet. And it would be a lot better of a situation if the Lucius was somewhere else. Now, we've already used our Thalion this turn. We're fusing Mululu and Urgula. Is it Gulamel? Yup, it's Gulamel time. The same column again. You better clear that raisin. Alright, Werewolf Effect. Take a little look at the last card in hand. Get some info. It is Phimena. They're going to get it back in the end phase. That's good. Our Thalion comes back. This game is not over. This game is not over, but the werewolf has lupus under it. The werewolf is untargetable. But we can negate it with Mululu. But we negate rock. Yeah, we need to do that. So we have flame, horn, and sting. And we pop case for K9, I guess. We don't pop case for K9. Why not? Now this untargetable werewolf is a problem. It's 2 Fimenas in hand now. Case other effect. Oh, it sets from grave as well. Ah, but like all the K9s are gone, right? Like Ripper, Werewolf, and Jax are all gone. Like if they set the quick play spell, does it matter? I guess you don't know if they play 2 Ripper, maybe. Alright, Werewolf is in the battle phase, and that is threatening a Zeus. Why not pop Vanquisher and negate Werewolf? Yeah, I think the werewolf had to be negated with Mululu, to be honest with you. I think they had to somehow negate. The werewolf is too strong here. Because it also makes Zeus. Now, here's the thing, though. Draco Tail is going to draw some cards here. Also, actually, you know what? The case being on the field here is good for Draco Tail because it means they can draw off a flame. Yeah. They are preparing for the Zeus here. They can just fire off the flame to draw a card with it and get their recycle. I like this a lot, actually. Not popping the case is good for this exact scenario. This is very, very 5-head if they thought of this beforehand. That's nice. I like that. Because now, here's the thing. Here comes the Zeus. If they activate the Zeus, they chain Horn on their own Gulamel. Then, the Gulamel can still pop the Zeus, and then it's an open board, but it's main phase 2, and Draco Tail has 5 cards in hand again. 5 cards in hand again, and the 5 mana ready to go. This is not that bad of a spot for Draco Tail. It really isn't. And from the K9 perspective, okay, Fuwa here is nice. From the K9 perspective, they've used a lot of their extra deck tools, right? Ripper, Jax, Werewolf, all gone. Nash Knight is gone. So at this point, you gotta grind it out with Vanquish Soul, basically. But Draco Tail is scary from this position. They can beat a Vanquish Soul board with 5 cards in hand. Ash the Raisin. All right, nice, really good. Gonna turn the Lupus back on in the graveyard now, but realistically, and Fuwa for the Rock Link is gonna give them a draw. I mean, at this point, you have to make the Link though. You cannot not make the Link. I think you don't have enough resources. You lose to 1/5 mana if you pass here, and they they have 5 mana. Holisu back to hand. They do have Jokul with Holisu. Okay. But that means we have 1 card in hand, which is not enough to reveal for anything. Jokul can search, but not... It cannot search a fire. It searches Izuna. We have 6 cards left in extra deck. What kind of rank 5s do they even have? This doesn't feel like it does anything. You need the Vanquish Souls, not the K9s right now. All right, no draw from the Fuwa. Draw the 5 cards in hand. The Draco Tail should beat this. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This Ketsu slaps. Rock of the Vanquisher, add 1 back. Raisin back to hand. It's funny because I feel like, wasn't it this exact game where someone asked me about like the Vanquish Soul K9 mirror match, and I said like in the long term the Vanquish Soul cards are what wins you the game, and the K9 cards always look very tempting and strong in the short term. And that's exactly what happened in this game. Like, we're now like, I don't know, this is like 20 minutes later, and the K9 interruptions weren't enough to auto win the game, and all of a sudden we're lacking the follow-up. All right, we chain Holisu to take control of the Arthalion. Now, here's the thing. It's very unlikely that Draco Tail can actually end the game this turn, I think. Actually, they have Mululu to negate the rock. They have Pan to pop Arthalion, put it back in their grave. Wait, no, Mululu is not on the chain right now. Mululu is not on the... Is it? No. Oh, Mululu is a target for Arthalion. I see. Rahu Flame... Destroy the Holisu. Lucius back to hand. Mululu back to hand. Activate Rahu. They have Lupus live, but I don't know what Lupus can really go into. All right, Izuna and Maxi. I was so immersed in this game that I forgot that that card existed in Masaru. For a second, I forgot. This felt so much like a TCG game that I simply forgot. The Maxi doesn't really make a big difference here, to be fair. Like, there's even if you could still bring back Lupus, whatever you rank up into, it would not change the outcome of this, I don't think. This is probably one of, if not the least impactful Maxi we've seen the entire day. Oh God, no! What? Whoa, there's no way you timed out. Oh my God, that, dude. There's no way it's 1-1 now. What are you talking about? Oh God. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Oh, dude, and they have to go into a game 3 now, and there's only 6 minutes left, and they're playing against Vanquish Soul with heavy Borger and stuff. When they had a guarantee. Oh my God. Wait, selected going second? Why did you select going second? Oh, dude, I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Oh my God, that was literally such a good game, and that was the only lose condition at this point. They grinded it out for like 25 minutes. Oh God. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. And now this is happening. Oh man. Well, at least we got Fuwa. Why did we even chain the Phimena if we were so low on time? The Lupus wasn't that threatening. Just let it resolve. Just let the Lupus resolve past turn. Get your extra seconds. It's really hard though. It's so easy to say this when you're watching from outside. Like the pressure, I've been there on stream. You've seen this. When there's like 10 seconds left, dude, your head stops working. Your brain literally, it's so stressful. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Yeah. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. Focus on this game. Focus on this game. Don't worry about me backseating. Just play your game. I'm yapping. All right, now Vanquish Soul start grabbed Holy Sue. The question is, do we have the means to summon that Holy Sue from hand? And if we do have another Vanquish Soul, do we have the attributes to summon from deck? Because if not, then if you can't get the Vanquish Soul stuff rolling, this might be the end of the turn. And then there's not going to be any burn damage. And if this is the case, if we pass like this because we can't get the Vanquish Souls onto the field, oh yeah, oh this is winnable for Draco Tail, 100%. Draco Tail can win this, and I guess this is why we chose second, honestly, in this matchup. Because what if if Draco Tail goes first, what's the... Oh my god. Well, when Draco Tail goes first, what's the win con? We don't have a battle phase. We can't do damage. We just get Borger burn. Now at least we have a battle phase. I mean, look, Maxi's annoying here, but we gotta ignore that. We have to go in. There's right now there's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. We cannot pass. We have to play into this Maxi and try to get as much done with as little as possible. Rahu, good start. The dragon does not concern himself with the Maxi in this scenario. The problem is as soon as Holly Sue has the materials to summon from deck, we get Borger burned. Right? As soon as they have it, you get Borger burned. So we gotta deal damage as fast as possible, and we gotta hope that they can't get that together. Because right now it's 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Alright, Arthalion fusing. Oh, no Draco Tail in hand! You're not even trying! Fusing a Fuva and a Pan. That Ketu. Up Ripper. I guess you can attempt battle phase now, but then Izuna has to come down. 27 seconds left. $19. Time is ticking. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timeout. There's Holly Sue. Has to do it. No. No, Holly Sue, don't do it. Don't burn. Oh, God. It hasn't activated yet. Wait. It has not activated yet. They must not have the attributes yet. Dude, this is so intense. This is so... How did we get here? Game 2 was already over, and then they timed out, and now we're here in actual timeout. Oh my god. What happens after timeout? At first, damage wins. Whoever is ahead in life points first wins the game. And we are in overtime already. The first damage immediately wins the game. Now. Oh, God. Add 5 mana. No fusion. No fusion. We don't want to give them the attribute. Normal summon Mululu. You can go into the battle phase now. No, it's not game. It's not game because they can protect the Holisu, right? With the field spell. I think we had to fuse. I think we had to fuse with that Mululu. You can still Mululu effect? I mean, yeah, you can, but like, why not use Ketu to fuse then? Dude, so intense. I can't take this. Use Pan and Phimena. Ulamel. Draw one. Zuna to not give Gulamel a way to pop. That's an Earth gone from the hand though, and you need Earth to burn with Borger, right? Borger is dark to draw and Earth and fire to burn, I think. Ash Izuna. Dude, this is not game. It's not game because the field spell protects all, so I can't take it. They're not gonna do any damage this turn. They're not gonna do any damage this turn. No. And now what? Oh God. Can't even activate Mululu because no cards in hand. Lantern on Jokul. Do we have Sting? We have Sting. Sting was hard drawn. That was set from hand. That's a good Sting. Ulamel. Destroy start. Draw one. If this is a monster, then the Gulamel is the Mululu is live, which is important. We know Vanquish Soul has Mad Love in hand, but Mad Love without field spell is nothing. They only play one field spell, yeah. It can add the trap. Actually, oh, the trap might just be game, no? How do you beat the trap? Even if you take no damage this turn, the trap just burns you in draw phase. Yeah, first damage wins. The only way to beat the trap is Urgula. But then you have to somehow save the Urgula until after they set, which doesn't work because they are forced to fuse right now. Okay, I'll tell you what the line is. The line is Mululu makes Arthalion. Okay, hear me out. Mululu makes Arthalion here. Arthalion adds back Phimena. All right, you listen. Then after they set, oh, now they don't have a win con. They're not doing what I said. The win con was add back Phimena and then flame the case, draw Urgula. And then you go Phimena effect, fuse away the Urgula, pop the thingy. But now there's no way to prevent that anymore. Oh, wait. Oh, the set isn't flame? Oh, the set isn't flame. Okay, then it's GG's no matter what. Dude, what? Ah, it's Horn! Horn! And now you don't draw. Ah. Horn on Lupus, you don't draw. Okay. Oh my god, what a game, man. What a game. Oh! I can't believe this. I can't believe Vanquish Soul. Dude, Vanquish Soul, they were already out. They were already out, man. Game 2 was already over. How did we get here? Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh. Man. All right, GG's. Oh my god. All right, I guess. Even though I technically do need a break from that, we are going right into the finals because both of our finalists are done. So, whew. All right, who's the other finalists? Albion Online. I think that is Mitsurugi. I think our finals is pure Mitsurugi against Vanquish Soul K9. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That was exciting. All right, I'll give you a prediction. You may predict the winner of the finals now. Yes, Albion I think is Mitsurugi and Afsofas is Vanquish Soul. All right, and there we go. Grand finals of today's Challenger Cup. The first one after Vanquish Soul K9 is in the game. Is Vanquish Soul K9 going to be able to take it down, or is it going to be the good old Mitsurugi? Let's see. We have Vanquish Soul K9 going first in game number 1. Sag no Yummy Mimighoul. I mean, they made it all the way into the top 4. That's great. All right, Royal Maxi kicking off the finals in style. Card is limited, but as we learned today, 1 is not 0. So there it is, and it's resolving. And we start with Stake Your Soul. Revealing Jokul. You summon Heavy Borger. And we have Vanquish Soul start. Technically a really good opener that could maybe get away without another special summon. Like, Raisin here, search, go to end phase, set the trap. If we have the right attributes in hand, could work, because the heavy burger also goes back into the hand in the end phase. So if we have a fire in hand already, we could just go to end phase here. Because then we have Holly Sue Fire Dark in hand, if we have a fire. The problem is, if you don't have a fire, you have to go link 1 to add the Raisin back. But if you go link 1 to add the Raisin back, you don't have 2 Vanquish Souls to set the trap. So you also have to summon the Holly Sue. So that's 2 more cards for Maxi. This is really awkward. Because the trap is really important. So they're probably going to have to commit another draw here. All right, there's the trap. Orgre back to hand. And I mean, from the Vanquish Soul side of things, we do have the full setup. We've got trap, Polysue, rock, field spell, 6 cards in hand. It's a wonderful setup, but the opponent does have 8 cards in hand. So I don't know if it's going to hold against that, but we'll find out. All right, correction, 9 cards. We start with Prayers, Tribute, Saji. It's a good start. One thing that's also really scary about the Mitsurugi matchup for Vanquish Soul is that Dominus Impulse can stop the Vanquish Soul trap, which is one of your most important interruptions by far against Mitsurugi, is the Vanquish Soul trap. The Vanquish Soul trap is so good against it. Because protecting your entire field from destruction is also huge against Murakumo. So you just summon a bunch of Vanquish Souls, blow up their board, your board can't be destroyed, and then you have the field spell to also protect them when they attack. So it's really hard for Mitsurugi to clear the board. Alright, special Aramasa with Prayers, and now we're triggering Saji and Aramasa. Did the field spell for Vanquish Soul just release? Yes. The newest pack had the K9 cards, Holly Sue, Vanquish Soul Start, and the Vanquish Soul Rocks. So it's all, I think it came out, like, what is it, 2 days ago? It's very fresh. Alright, we tribute Habakiri from the deck to summon Murakumo from the hand. We want to chain the trap here to make the Holly Sue indestructible. And also get that Murakumo off the field. And we reveal All three, of course. Raisin, Borger, Valius. Is there a Dominus Impulse? We've drawn a lot of cards. No. Okay, we do not negate Snow Devil with Dominus Impulse, even if we have it. And Murakumo is going to force a discard because we definitely want this card to resolve. Ooh, Chain Magatama, Tribute Murakumo is really good. Get rid of the field spell. That is a strong Magatama. Really strong Magatama. Destroys the field spell. Also, it's going to make sure that the Murakumo dodges the Snow Devil destruction. After the Snow Devil has resolved and destroyed the whole board, this Murakumo is going to trigger in a new chain and come back to the field and search. All right, Vanquish Soul, Snow Devil summons the Raisin from hand. Thinking about not destroying here, honestly, but do choose to do it. And now we're resolving Habakiri Search. Searching for Futsu. And now on a new chain, we're gonna have Murakumo engraved to activate and also Raisin on field. Holy Su can still take, yeah, and I would assume that that's what they're trying to do here. DD Crow! Out of all things, on the Murakumo, that's big. It still searches, but it doesn't come back, and you lose access to a properly summoned Murakumo in the graveyard. That's really annoying. All right, Jiaolong added to hand. We still get to search for Murakumo, which puts us back to 8 cards in hand. Searches another Habakiri. Activates that Habakiri. Trying to summon Kusanagi, probably? Chain, Heavy Borger. Targeting Raisin. Now Raisin going back to hand alongside the Jiaolong means we have 2 fires in hand. Do we have another fire in hand that we know of to search with the Jiaolong once it comes down? Because this is like the annoying part. Vanquish Soul now just like tries to spam a bunch of bodies and they can't be destroyed by card effects. I guess we'll see. Now the Kusanagi is going to try to add back Ritual Spell from the grave, not Murakumo from Banished Pile. That's important to know. And we're gonna another DD Crow to draw a card and maybe banish the Ritual Spell. Yeah, we reveal it and then we immediately chain it. That was nice. That's why we brought the Borger out there. All right, goodbye Ritual Spell. Uh-oh. And despite having so many cards in hand, apparently they cared about that Ritual Spell because they went through Habakiri into Kusanagi to add it back, so they must really need it. Okay, we got Thrust for pre-prep, maybe. Thrust for pre-prep or talents, I guess. Thrust for impulse. Okay. That means we can already play. We got talents as well. Ooh, I mean, I guess having this many cards in your hand kind of guarantees you some powerful plays. One might think that drawing 3 or 4 cards with Max C makes your hand significantly more powerful. All right, Talons, take a little bit of a look at Caesar Valius, Noroi, and 2 fires. So if we take the Earth, if we take the Valius away, they can't really do that much. Yeah. Okay, they are out of disruption now. They are completely out of disruption. And now is Mitsurugi Mirror time. They can still steal with Holy Sue? No, they cannot. They have no dark in hand. You need dark and earth to take with Holy Sue. And they have 2 fire and Noroi. I think Vanquish Soul had to chain Valius onto Borger. No, actually, that doesn't make a difference. Then they just take the Borger away. The same thing. Now we ritual from deck. That brings Murakumo back into rotation, I think. Habakiri over Holisu. Murakumo over Borger, and that leaves them with Raisin, Jiaolong, Noroi. Noroi once again being more of a... Honestly, Noroi often feels like more of a necessary evil in this deck because it's not a great normal summon here, and you really want to normal summon that Raisin. But, okay. Could be worse. It could be worse, but it also could be better. I don't know. Because we have no idea what they have set. We know they have Dominus Impulse, which is a problem. But if they also have, if they drew the Mitsurugi trap, I think it's cool. I think it's cooked if they drew the Mitsurugi trap. Gonna force a discard from this Raisin if they want it to resolve. And I think this means they don't have the Mitsurugi trap. Because I think if you have the Mitsurugi trap, you hit that Raisin with it lightning speed. It's probably another Prayers. So we search Holisu, and now all we know from their hand is Holisu plus Jiaolong. Did you draw a Dark Monster? I mean, you can add back a Dark Monster with the Link Monster. We have a Dark in the Grave, Borger. There is Dominus Impulse for Holisu. The Dominus Impulse will not destroy it though, because there's no trap in the grave. All right, Impulse on Holly Sue in hand. That's going to stay in hand for now. Can try again next turn is the thing. Can try again next turn. Also, Jiaolong. Ooh, if you drew a fire monster, if you have 2 fires and you can search now, at the very least, we can turn the Murakumo to defense and threaten to attack it. Has another Jiaolong in hand. Get rotated. Ah, but it's prayers. Oh, that's game. That's game. Yep. GG's. That's game because Holly Sue next turn doesn't have enough cards available to stop the Murakumo. Because Murakumo, when they activate Holly Sue in hand, they just chain Murakumo, force them to discard, and then they don't have 2 attributes left. All right, game 1 goes to Mitsurugi in the grand finals, going second with a little bit of help from Max C. All right, Vanquish Soul gonna try again. Going first in game number 2 as well. Let's see. All right, that's not quite Maxi. I'll tell you that much. That is much less of a problem for Vanquish Soul. Start with Holly Sue. Reveal Jiaolong. Holly Sue effect, reveal Fire Dark. Jiaolong and DD Crow. That's a good one to have already. Looks like there's an Ash Blossom in Albion's hand, but they want that draw from the Fuwa. Could be Impulse as well, of course. Here's Raisin joining the party. Fuwa is still good. No, Fuwa is still good, but it's not nearly as oppressive for Vanquish Soul as the Maxi was earlier. Because we can still, like, we can realistically shouldn't be more than 2 draws for the full Vanquish Soul setup. You go Mad Love. Mad Love gets Field Spell. Field Spell gets you, like, Borger. You can still Borger draw without worrying too much. Still, you get the trap in the end phase. We do decide to give a draw for the Link monster here, which is fair enough. Purulia has been drawn, though. Okay. I mean, it's one Purulia draw to get the field spell. Not that big of a deal. We saw a lot more Purulia today than in previous Challenger Cups, of course, because of K9, I think. This is what K9 does to the format, is people are playing a lot more Molchami Purulia, for sure. Alright, Vanquish Soul start. Don't think it's worth to go for the Borger draw here. We just go to the end phase. And we had, I mean, considering that they had Hualos and Purulia, they have one extra card now. If you compare this to game one, you know, it is a massive difference whether you have Maxi or Molcharmies against this deck. So we do get an extra card to operate with here. We have 7 instead of 6, but nothing too crazy. And they basically got the full Vanquish Soul setup. We go Prayers, Tribute, Murakumo in main phase. I guess we don't expect Droll Lockbird to be in their deck. And this time we see the other side of the dual open max C. But we do have an Ash Blossom for it. Yeah, they do play Thrust and Talents, so that's probably why they're going to the main phase. Now, Talents to look at hand is a massive card against Vanquish Soul, because sometimes if you can just take away that one attribute that they only have one copy of, like let's say it's only one fire monster and it's only Raisin, you just take that away, everything can fall apart. The Trap doesn't have all 3 attributes anymore, Holisu doesn't have the attributes anymore, like, and if you have multiple fires, then maybe you only have one dark, and then we take the dark, you know, it's really, it can be really rough. All right, Thrust in main phase. We chain. Oh, we chained a Trap. We don't want them to add Dominance Impulse. Okay. Okay. While I get that, but at the same time, now you just let them take Talents. So maybe them having to grab Impulse to counter the Trap is like a best case scenario for you. But okay, we'll see. Yeah, now it's Talents. Guess what? And this is what I'm talking about. Like, this hand has got to be very specific to survive this talents. Because if there's only one fire, just take the fire. If there's only one earth, just take the earth. I guess we'll see. There's 5 cards in hand, so you cannot have all 3 attributes twice. Oh, we're going Mitsurugi Ritual before talents. Tribute, Saji, and Kusanagi. Or Futsu. Oh, Futsu is so annoying. Futsu is so annoying here. You gotta take that with Holisu. Can't summon into that. That's way too scary. Saji and Kusanagi both activate. But imagine they drew Magatama again. Oh, imagine they tributed for Magatama now. Oh my god, they must have it, right? They must have it. Otherwise, this play, like, they would talents first if they didn't have Magatama, no? No? You just hand over the Futsu? Okay. I mean, they do get it back in the end phase, yeah. They do get it back in the end phase, and now we talents. Now we look at hand. What do we see? Borger, Jiaolong, Holisu, Caesar, Crow. Take away the Crow. Imagine they go Borger, draw 1, and it's Crow again. Abakiri. Oh, tribute your opponent's Futsu for Vosu? That's a nasty line. Oh god. They took the Futsu and now you tribute it? I've never seen that. I've never seen that. That's awesome. Okay. Gonna try to Borger draw something. Draw 1. All right, that one card gotta make a difference here, otherwise. Now, here's the thing. This line is really cool, but at the same time, we are now locked into reptiles, and there still is a Valius that can pop. Everything is protected from effect destruction, and the field spell makes it harder to run over this stuff. And they still have 5 cards in hand is the thing, right? We still have to... Somehow we have to, like, clear the board and deal with all the things they're gonna have next turn. This is not easy. I mean, there's a lot of resources for Mitsurugi as well, though. Search Prayers and Search Trap. Do we have a properly... We don't have a properly summoned Murakumo in rotation, though. We kind of need that. Kind of need... They gotta have Mirror in hand, I guess. So they have Magatama, Prayers, and the Trap in hand. So all three Mitsurugi interruptions are online. But Caesar Valius, they have to out Caesar Valius. Ritual from deck. Ritual from deck is good here. Tribute Wosu. That gets you Murakumo. Activates it, but doesn't do anything. What's the time looking like? They have 11 minutes right now. They have 11 minutes right now, and that is a little bit of a concern, right? Because if this goes close to time in game 3, then I think Vanquish Soul is definitely favored. Because not only does Vanquish Soul have burn damage, but Mitsurugi also can't use Prayers to its fullest potential when it's close to time, right? Activate Mirror as well. Doesn't do it. It does not do it. Because I mean, what you do this way is you force a discard from the Murakumo at least, right? Discord Shifter. That was the draw. That was the draw from Borger. It was Shifter. You should attack the heavy Borger here. You're not destroying anything, so just attack the thing that does the most damage, but it's a small difference. Okay, well, we have all three Mitsurugi back row. But I'm not sure if this is a win for Mitsurugi. I don't think it is. I don't think it is a win for Mitsurugi. We draw another card in the draw phase, or main phase rather. Feels like you got a Magatama. You got a Magatama the field spell, because that's the protection effect is so good in this matchup. I'm not sure why we brought back Habakiri last turn and not a second Murakumo. I think it was better to have two Murakumos on board, so no matter what they pop, you keep Murakumo. Oh, this is a big one. If they hit Prayers here, it's over. Because you can't chain it. If they hit Prayers, they win. If they hit the trap, then Mitsurugi has a chance. A small chance, but a chance. They hit Prayers. That's GG. Ah. Okay, interesting game state, but Vanquish Soul takes it and equals the score. We got one more game in the finals. We've got 7.5 minutes left, which is not super... I mean, it's not super close to timeout. 7.5 minutes is a decent amount. All right, here we go. One last game for today's Challenger Cup. Let's see if Vanquish Soul K9 is able to take down the first Challenger Cup after its introduction into the game, or if it's good old Mitsurugi that takes it all. All right, Albion going first now. 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Pot of Extravagance, good start. Gets hit with Ash Blossom though, classic. We're playing 4 versus 4. Activate Ritual. Okay, they got plays. Aramasa and Kusanagi to Ritual Summon. Murakumo. Okay, any further interactions are going to cost you a discard from now on. Kusanagi and Aramasa are going to trigger. This is a strong Mitsurugi opener. A really strong Mitsurugi opener. If you have DD Crow here, it's not even that good because you got to discard an extra card. So you're down to 2 cards and they still get Aramasa for Habakiri. Habakiri summon, tribute Murakumo. Search Futsu. Add back Ritual. Activate Ritual. Summon from deck. Tribute the Futsu from hand. Summon Habakiri. Get Mitsurugi Mirror. Activate Mitsurugi Mirror. All right, the pure Mitsu squad is assembled. We got Murakumo, Futsu, and Habakiri. Prayers. Activates prayers. Oh, are we gonna take 800 damage? There's 4 minutes left. I'm so scared. Are we gonna take 800? Chain DD Crow. Oh, they held that DD Crow so well. Both effects. Oh, they're taking 800. I can't look. 3 minutes 45. They're taking 800 damage. Oh God. Summon Saji. You could have just normal summoned this. You didn't have to take 800 for that. Hurry! Please! Okay, normal Perulia. What else? What else do you have? How long? 2 minutes 50. Okay, IP plus trap. Murakumo in hand. That's not doing anything right now. All right. 4 cards in hand for Vanquish Soul. 2 minutes and 36 seconds. All right, you gotta do something. Ollie Sue. Uh-oh. Oh, God! Ollie Sue Raisin. No. So the opponent can just AFK and win the final? No, you do have to play at a proper pace. If it's deemed that they are playing too slow, then the judges can decide to give them extra time. I am not a judge. I'm just casting. I'm just saying that there's people watching that are basically judging if this is appropriate or not. Two Murakumus in hand. Ooh, WP Fancy Ball. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Vanquish Soul wins this game. No matter what. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Vanquish Soul does it. Activate field spell, they chain trap, they normal raisin, they chain fancy ball. Actually, no. Might not. If they negate this with the trap, I guess. Oh, they did let it go. Okay. Okay, technically now it's time on the round. Give them more time. It's not my decision. I can't. They're playing right now. I can't see the chat between the two. I have no idea. Xiao Long and Crow. Crap on that. They protect. They keep it. They Crow the thing. Fancy Ball, Banish Raisin gets negated. New Chain Jiaolong. Yeah, but then also Futsu keeps bringing back stuff. Yeah, it looks like Vanquish Soul has one in time. To be fair, okay? To be fair, at this point in time, we've been in time for like a minute or two at least. So even if there was a little bit more time, or if they both played a little bit faster, I don't think it makes a difference here. Like, we are talking, like, this turn still takes some, like, until Mitsurugi is ahead in life points, like, there's still like 3, 4, 5 minutes that go into, you know. So it is a little anticlimactic, but I don't think they should have taken 800 with prayers there. I don't think that was worth it. I don't think that was worth paying 800. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I've gotten confirmation. I think they're playing it. I think they are just not conceding yet, but I've gotten confirmation that the finals is over and Vanquish Soul K9 has won. So, well, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules for the Challenger Cup finals. It is what it is. Could not have paid 800. Spectated out. I mean, okay, we can see if they decide to keep playing. We can see who would have won, I guess, if they keep playing. But I don't know if they're taking it seriously right now. Okay. Okay. I think the Vanquish Soul player just left because they were declared the winner. All right, it was all things considered, maybe a little bit anticlimactic of a last game in the finals, but it was still a very exciting Challenger Cup overall, and Vanquish Soul K9 did take it home with a little bit of help from burn damage, even though I guess the funny and ironic thing is that the Vanquish Soul cards didn't even do the burn damage in the end. It was the Mitsurugi player burning themselves, and then they lost. It is what it is. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Hope everyone had a good time. Thank you all for tuning in. I did, if you want to see more Vanquish Soul K9, I did just upload a YouTube video about the new deck in Master Duel, so feel free to go check that out. Also, the YouTube channel is getting very, very close to 100,000 subscribers. So if you're watching right now and you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel yet, the links are in the chat right now. Do me a favor and go subscribe so we can get that 100,000 soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Anyways, thank you all so much for tuning in today. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.